What? Fuck it.
All right,
Fuck it.
everyone sounds good. All right, and we played last week, so are there any questions? Like, I'm assuming no one's going to
Since you can't be live.
No,
have
I
any
remember
questions.
we wrapped up kind of in the camp, getting to see the elves and stuff.
Tipley had to call out bad touch.
Bad touch. I mean, it was with an arrow, so you know, it could have been worse.
I
He was
realized
just
that
trying to
we're broadcasting, so
exfoliate
I'm
for you. That's all.
I'm gonna leave some of my comments to myself on that.
Good.
He was just trying to help you with your skincare routine. That's all.
Yeah, exfoliation is very important.
Now I'm trying to figure out if frogs shed.
I don't think so.
I don't
They
think
only
they do
shed-
either.
Tipley just sheds bodies.
Sheds. I think we know frogs shit. Though if they don't, that would be amazing trivia. All right. Well, I sent out the notifications. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
G2G.
Fucking God. What an easy, quick setup, guys. All right. Well, hello, everyone. I am Super Chocolate Bear, and welcome to the Super Saturday Show. With me today are only 3 of my Super Chocolate friends. Say hello, Super Chocolate friends.
Hello.
Hey.
And
Hi, everybody.
guys, let's get some fucking music started.
About time.
You know, there is one called the Dark Elf Temple that we never listened to because it's too spooky. And it just has random screaming in the middle of it.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
I think I picked it one time. I did like a Dragon Age one shot, and I was like, oh, that'd be great for the cavern part. They're going, oh, there's some screaming.
What a weird choice to be like, yeah, no, every Dark Elf temple has a man dying like painfully. He needs to be screaming at all time.
It's timed out, like, though, so
yeah, it's
too
also
much.
It's also like, you know, when you're going through trying to pick it, you're like, you listen to the first 10 seconds and you're like, okay, I like this. It doesn't start screaming for like 40 seconds. So you have to get really into the song before
almost a minute in. Yeah, because I'll
Yeah.
listen to something for at least 30 seconds to be sure there isn't random screeching. There was a rock song kind of thing I picked, and then it was just way too gross, like in the middle. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Well, that'll learn you to start picking through Nickelback.
I wish if we ever get the rights to play Nickelback, I'll be on it
Exclusively.
Yeah, for sure. If I get exclusive rights to Nickelback, that's
This
all
stream
we'll
is your
play.
sponsor. It's a Nickelback stream now.
I mean,
Yeah.
Avril Lavigne divorced Chad Kroger, so he's not doing much. He might need the money soon.
He might. Oh, I have to pay him. I think he pays
we'll
us
do it for the exposure.
Yeah, he pays us for that.
Whoa.
We don't. Yeah, it's just
That's
weird.
it. I'm picking on you today, cuz.
All right. So just to catch everyone up, yes, you guys left Bastion after toppling the king and his general to the army. You guys ran up north to go kind of hang out with the Crow Queen for a second, talk to her a little bit. She said, hey, if you're looking for mages to try and reverse a spell on Sintra, please go ask the elves. And you guys did. Met up with your old boy Daharis, which you guys saved from slavery around episode 01. And then he told you there's some problems in the elven kingdom of Sindarin. And if you guys would be so helpful to help him reverse this horrible curse put upon his land, he thinks that he might be able to find you guys some mages, or at least help you out a little bit. So the very last things that happened, yes, you guys were in a camp being led by Daharis to go meet a couple of the other sins. You are also just got done with a very successful hunt cause, and you guys got some little daggers. We got daggers for chicane and some musical instruments. The traveling that's going to happen is going to take place over a couple of days of just traveling through the woods. There's no thick, heavy roads that kind of go through here. So it does take a little bit of time. Is there anything in particular you guys want to do while traveling up north to Sindarin?
So is Cade just gonna meet us? Did we leave him a note?
So you guys did plan out that if there was the trader who was there on the border, he would lead Cade back up north when he got there. So that was established last game. So you guys, you don't even have to worry about Cade. You're just like, Cade's gone. If you want to in game talk about him, that's totally fine then.
So did anybody else know he had a kid and that Mammon had him?
I think I knew at least he had a wife. I'm trying to remember if I knew he had a kid or not. I think I'll go with that. So, Ashkane, I knew that he had a wife who had been taken by him, but I didn't know specifically about a child, which that's additionally terrible.
Should we be worried about either of them?
Cade or
Yeah.
well, I feel like Cade can relatively do okay taking care of himself. I don't know anything about this kid. I don't know where he went, so I'm not sure. I guess we could always try to send like a message, but otherwise, like Dahara said, we'll have a message left behind for him when he comes this way.
Tippy kind of just shrugs, not knowing how to add to it.
I'm sure he can figure out how to find us.
Hi ho, hi ho.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't have anything else.
So you guys will the last time when we ended the game, you guys ended on right before you go to sleep. On this night, is anyone staying up to keep watch, or are you guys feeling pretty peaceful in this kind of environment?
Is it just the three of us? Did Haris come with us?
It is you guys. Daharis is with you, guiding you to Sindarin, and you are still in the camp that we ended off last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Typically we'll kind of want to do like a nightly soaking kind of thing, and he'll be awake for at least a couple of hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I would then offer to like take mid of the night toward dawn to keep an eye out.
And our beautiful Leonin.
He always wakes up early, so he'd take the morning shift.
Okay. So in this night, Cause, you wake up and you are back in your homelands. These kind of African plains. You look down in your hand and you see your hammer and shield that is pretty much always attached to you at this point. And in front of you is a pit. The opening to it's probably 10 feet wide, and it looks like it just drops down into a abyss. You cannot see a bottom to it. It looks like it's almost just this perfect pitch black as you kind of peer down it. When you look up, there is a line of people standing in front of you. This is going to be kind of a weird question if you can answer it on point, but who was the first person that Magnus ever killed?
Probably a warring faction from one of the other clans on the desert/Sahara kind of area.
Okay.
Probably another younger pup like him is more of a rite of passage, skirmish
Okay.
with his father, going out on like a hunting expedition.
All right. So you notice that the first person that you ever killed, this young Leonin cub, is standing there in front of you, just looking at you. And you can't seem to control it as you raise your hammer above your head and strike him as you did when you first killed him, and he falls into the pit. And behind him is the second person that you ever killed. And then, again, unable to control it, you raise your weapon and strike him down into the pit. And then there's a third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And you go through this over and over again until you get to Killian, where again, you strike him down. He falls, and you wake up in this kind of cold sweat, loss of breath, can't really breathe all that well. And yeah, if you would like to do anything or just try and go back to sleep.
Is this middle of the night?
Yeah, this is the middle of the night, so it'd be around Spear's watch.
I would probably get up and pace for a little bit, like go sit by the fire for a minute, grab some water, just drink. If no one says anything, he wouldn't say anything back, but
yeah, Spear would be there as she is on the watch. There are elves that are just going around their daily business. It doesn't seem like anyone's really no one seems to really be on guard. The elves seem like they feel pretty well protected as long as they're inside of the forest. Most of the guards seem to be on the outskirts. But yeah, Spear playing Chicane would be probably near the fire if she's on watch.
yeah, Magnus would sort of like chunk along and just like slouch near the fire, kind of like holding his hands out, warming his paws. Well, more drying off the cold sweat.
Do you seem, perturbed, upset?
Doesn't look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Everything all right?
I don't like the gods.
Understandable. I feel like a lot of the people I've met on my journey so far are indifferent at best. Is there any particular reason? Other than what you've told me about your culture. Why now?
It has seemed that they have deigned fit to mess with me in my sleep.
Some kind of vision?
I'm not sure yet. Vision or bad dream.
I take a slightly awkward pause, thinking if I want to ask or not, but eventually I'll offer. Do you want to talk about it?
I need time to think about what it may be. Hopefully it is just a nightmare, although I must admit I have not been prone to those in my past.
So it's unusual, or you just maybe haven't had them since you were younger?
I'm not even sure I had them when younger.
Lucky you.
Apex predators tend to not have that issue.
That makes some sense. You're not used to running away, are you?
We fight, but we do it for our families and glory. There is no fear in it. There is no guilt. So either the gods are trying to inspire bloodlust or guilt me. Both are unnerving.
So you think Talos sent this dream to you?
I have no idea, but he seems insistent on not leaving me alone.
Too bad we don't have a priest around anymore.
What would a priest do to a god other than serve it?
No, they can generally interpret messages like that better than the average person. I was never particularly religious myself. I have a god that I speak to sometimes, sort of passed down from my mom, but it's not like I attend temple regularly or perform any rituals, give them any sacrifices or anything. I don't know much about this.
I'm not sure I would get along well with a priest who aligned himself with Talos. I said I'm not sure I would align myself with someone who would be a priest of Talos.
I absolutely agree with that. I simply meant any priest might just have more knowledge about what it means when you have a dream that seems like it's sent by one of them. I really don't know.
It seems like it would kind of set, like Magnus would be like, and then he'd kind of like go back, grab his book, sit by the fire with his book, and just start leafing through it, looking for clues. I had my 2 stored questions.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad you didn't send those to me beforehand. This is great. Yeah, ask away.
No, these will just be simple ones. Does Talos, is he known for like sending visions or messages in people's dreams? Like, is that a thing he does, or is he usually just quiet and kill things?
No, he seems to be more on the some people send him in kind of like cryptic kind of, why don't you do some real searching bullshit. He's a lot more forward and direct, and is definitely more like, go fucking do this shit or I'll mess with you type of a thing. He doesn't beat around the bush with his messages.
Does this seem like something that would have been a direct message of like, get to killing Sonny?
Or a torture method. So yeah, either or. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, Magnus will just keep reading his book and then kind of look over at Chicane. I'm not sure I can sleep, so if you want to turn in early, I can keep watch for you.
I at the same time end up like yawning and going, yeah, actually that sounds great. I'll lie down for the last couple hours before we get going.
All right. So yeah, you go and lay down, nice peaceful rest, as our Leonin stares into the fire and contemplates
No mom
life.
kidnapping dreams.
No,
Tipley
no mom
kind of
kidnapping
softly
dreams.
sings the song of his people in the background.
I'm reading my book. Can I have my book roll
Budweiser.
for this session too, since I'm sitting here reading it?
Yeah, of course, bud. You still have another question stored, so you let me know when.
Yeah, I remember you
get
having
that one.
3. I think that was what
I
the
had 2.
decision was on a crit.
He had 2, but one of those, both of those questions were pretty much the same one. You were just asking about how he sends messages, so you still have it.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. But go ahead, roll it. You can store that bad boy.
I always okay, good. $15.
15.
Did you say 16?
I said 16. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you
that's
just
fine. So I just
yeah,
have the one stored then.
you still have the one. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you guys wake up in the morning, and I know you guys have some rituals of food and blah blah blah. Maybe some prayers. What are anything special that we're doing this morning in the Elven camp?
Is before anyone else gets up, I would have if there's anyone like doing manual labor around the camp, like if the blacksmith is like hauling materials or if anyone's hauling lumber, anything like that, Magnus would have kind of looking around and being like, I don't really need to sit in front of the tent and make sure it's safe. He would be, out there like lifting like massive logs around and like following random elves just trying to help them.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything after they wake up?
Tipley's kind of just doing his like morning calisthenic, limbering up for potential beatdowns that he has to deliver.
doing his jumping jacks and his jump squats. Okay. Chicane?
Yeah, which actually would get like 15, 20 feet in the air.
Like, yeah,
like,
Dragon
burpees
Ball Z.
are like an extreme sport with these guys.
Like Goku level, just obnoxiousness. What a normal person could do.
Are we still in the part of the camp that has like the kids, or are we further?
No,
north?
I'm just bringing you guys back to that night. So you're still there at that original camp.
Okay, I probably would have played around with the kids a little bit more since I learned a small couple bits of words and phrases from Taharis. Like I would have tried to talk a little bit, and then also like see if they could teach me more on the pan flute, which actually I checked I am proficient at anyway.
Ooh,
but I'll learn their songs. I'll learn their songs.
Yeah, give me a performance check.
Okay. And that's 2 rolls.
Performance?
But with proficiency is that?
With proficiency, it should. I think you add 2 to it.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ. So yeah, you hear some of the kids like playing, and you're able just to perfectly like mimic their fingers and kind of copy what they're doing. But they're playing very basic songs, and then one of the adults hears you and comes over and starts to show you a much more complicated piece, and you equally can just keep along with that guy, and you actually memorize it and hold it into memory.
Nice.
So yeah, as you guys wake up, you see Magnus helping the blacksmith pull over pretty much like you see the blacksmith pulling like branches and twigs and stuff to use for keeping his fire, but you see Magnus like pulling half a tree along with him to try and help this guy out for the day. The man seems very appreciative and kind of pats you on the shoulder afterwards and shakes your hand. Daharis walks up and you see him kind of stretching and walking over to you. Did everyone sleep well?
Well enough.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Chirp, chirp.
I see you're learning some of our language. That's very that's good.
Yeah,
Tiffany.
I learned it's like a spell you guys can do where you say it and you can just do whatever you want. No?
No, that not exactly how it works.
Real shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry if we led you to believe that. It's not how it works.
I'm fucking with you, I know.
Oh, okay. All right. And are you guys ready to move on for the day?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's get going. And you see him kind of give like a and like a clap, and you see his big elk kind of ride on by, which he gets on. You guys have your horses that you tied up previously, and you guys start making your way throughout the woods. Again, nothing really seems to be dangerous. Daharis is just talking to you guys casually. It doesn't even look like he's really on guard. And just to kind of skip forward, you guys go through. There's another night that passes. Nothing crazy. This time you guys aren't even at camp. You guys just set up shop somewhere, lay out in like a field of grass. No problems. You wake up the next morning and ride along. I'm assuming, does anyone have anything that they need to do or no?
No specifics in the morning.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you guys are riding, and if I get a perception check from everyone.
15.
22.
Ooh, and 20. Yeah, you guys can all pretty much see it. That morning when you wake up and you start riding out in between the trees, you can kind of start to see Magnus. You're not 100% sure if it's clouds or what it might be when you're looking. But Tipley and Chicane, you can see almost like a pearlescent white gray dome that seems to be very far off in the distance. And yeah, as you guys ride, it seems like that's the exact direction that you guys are heading to. If any of you bring it up to Daharis, would you or no?
Yeah, if I spotted it like through the tree lines and everything, I would have rode my horse up closer to his. And is he riding?
Say that again.
He's riding his elk, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd get up closer to him. Is that your shield that you put in place?
Yes. Yeah, that is our shield over Sindarn.
Is there any certain distance we need to keep from it, or is it reliable?
No. You, it won't hurt you. It's reliable, I guess, as you put it. It's fine. You can go up and touch it. It won't hurt you. You just won't be able to pass through it.
I meant more if I get up to the window with the dangerous animal on the other side, or is it going to try and get through?
Yes, it will try, but it will not be able to. That
Okay.
shield's been up for 200 years. I doubt that they're waiting for specifically you to come before
Understood.
they get you.
Famous
Yeah.
last narrative.
Yeah, but it is, I will admit, pretty interesting to kind of peek in. Not very often you get to see demons running around. Anyone
Just
else?
a quick point.
Yeah.
Tipley definitely at some point, either if it was this day or the day before, would have asked if he could have ridden on the elk. Like he has his little like blanket Yoda shroud kind of thing that you can throw on. That's what we did before when he was sitting on the
I
horse.
set up like a robe that like could be like thrown
Yeah.
over a horse.
Yeah, let's say you do it after you guys take a break, have some lunch, you guys eat, and you ask Horace, and Horace, well, you'll have to ask him. I can't answer that question.
Right, he talks?
No, he doesn't talk, but he'll understand enough that you are trying to ride him. A little bit different. You guys, I'm assuming, purchased your mounts, I would imagine.
I mean, they did.
Yeah. We don't really do that here. You have to earn the trust of your animal here and create a bond that lasts forever.
You have given Tipley a mission now.
Fear here trusts me and allows me and respects me. That's why I ride him. He would have to respect and trust you to allow you to ride him.
Does that take like a lot of berries, or?
It takes a lot of berries, Tipley, yes.
He doesn't. I guess he'd kind of dig through his pack for some rations, like the wrapped whatever kind of thing. I don't know, like lemnis bread or whatever we got.
Like some jerky and stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't know what they would. It's not like they would just have like canned tuna or pudding pops or something like that. They'd have like, I don't know, like de-ration bread kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd take whatever that they had that's like wrapped and kind of just sort of start to like peel it open and just like,
Hey buddy, you hungry?
Give me a second here. Check out something.
Whatever it is, I'm assuming it's going to be like a 0 modifier.
Yeah, but we got different things here. All right, so animal handling, which you actually have a +4 to. So
yes, I do.
Yep. So if you get over 18 on this guy, we'll see. Oh no.
Hard no. Now the thing is, he would have approached from the front. He's not going to approach from the rear. So
for sure. The animal doesn't seem to be angry at you or anything like that. But definitely the food that you have, it kind of doesn't seem to be too interested in it or really that interested in you. And then you hear Dahar's kind of, well, it just takes some time, Tipley. Maybe it just not right now.
Okay.
Like most of the time he's pretty like chippery, kind of like, oh, like it's just like the few times where his ego's actually been hurt a little bit.
But Tipley, there's so many animals in this woods though. If there's anything that catches your fancy, let me know and maybe we can begin some sort of bonding ritual between you and some other animal and you can have one of your own.
Hey.
Daharis will kind of look over at like you guys to see if this is like help him out.
Magnus is like suppressing a laugh.
All right, and that goes to both of you also. If you want to, I wouldn't want to say ditch your horses, but if you grow tired of these horses and want to move on to something else, let me know and I'll see if I can help that.
I kind of just like pat my like massive horse and go, "Good luck finding something big enough for me."
I'll similarly like pet Clover's neck and just be like, "No, this girl's good."
All right. Sounds good. And yeah, you guys get back onto your day. Still, with how far out you guys were able to see that orb, like even after a full day's ride, you're still not there. Kind of giving you a hint of how big the city, or at least how tall this city actually goes, that you're able to see it from that far away. But you guys, again, go to sleep. And on this night, again, are you guys keeping watch? Daharis doesn't seem to be. He'll tell you don't really need to, but obviously old habits die hard.
I think as a case of being like, because we can now see the dome of unfortunateness, now it's kind of just, Tipley's definitely going to be up at least.
Okay.
Whether or not the others do it.
At nighttime, it has a little bit of like a moon glow. Like it looks like it kind of has a little bit of light that comes off of it a little bit to brighten up the area around it.
Not making it less dangerous.
Not trying to.
Yeah.
just giving you the facts.
I think I'm gonna be a light sleeper just on the general level of anxieties. So otherwise I would try to get any sleep I could. But like, yeah, if something, rustles in the woods, I think I'd be like
Magnus will do his normal, like, he's gonna wake up early anyway, so he's like, I'll watch early in the morning for you guys if you want.
Yep. Yeah, so this night you guys have a pretty peaceful rest. Again, can I get a Constitution saving throw from you, Magnus?
Is this gonna go like full fat guy in a little coat scenario, or?
Oh, 1.
Yeah, you don't seem to be able to get any sleep this night. This dream is keeping you awake. And it feels like every time you wake up, it feels like it's just been 5 seconds. You just closed your eyes. All right, I'll try again. And boom, you're right back to it. You wake up, only 30 seconds has passed, and that will happen to you every time you try and close your eyes. And it feels like it's mentally wearing on you, obviously, a bit. Anyone else that is up probably sees you because there's no tents. You guys don't have the fucking castle that springs out of nowhere, so you guys are pretty out in the open. So whoever is on watch can see Magnus probably tossing, turning, or staying awake.
After like the second or third fail after the stream, he would probably grab his shield and hammer and just like wander off into the forest.
Okay.
I feel like I probably would have, again, like I said, I was trying to sleep, but also would have been kind of light sleeping. So if I hear him get up and trundle off, I'd make note of it, but not chase after him or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's loud as fuck. It's like pots and pans being thrown downstairs.
Yeah, probably wakes up anyone. Are you just going for a walk? Are you trying to find anything? What's the haps on the craps?
He's not looking for any specific thing, but if he finds something he could take some anger out on, he probably would.
Like an
Small
orphanage.
elf.
Listen, I'm not going to commit to that sentence until you tell me what it is I found.
For sure.
The blacksmith that he made friends with.
The hunting buddy.
Oh, come
Child,
on.
to be fair,
Childhood friends.
I feel like childhood. No, that's still. God damn it.
I feel like the hunter kind of had a dubious concept of consent. So if something bad were to happen to him,
I love that it would be like some Leona he actually knew from childhood. I'd be like, thank God I've been lost for decades.
I'm here.
do you want to meet my elven wife? Oh God, you're killing us.
She's a really good person, like super good. Like she's so cool. She's so good. She does nothing but just great, sweet things. Volunteer work.
Oh, this is your second run of Fable. Oh no.
Kaz, can I just just get a flat D20 roll from you. Low will be meh, high will be good.
Meh.
All right, we got a 6, we got a meh. Yeah, you don't seem to find anything. You're just kind of stuck with your own thoughts while you're out there.
And then there was Tipley sitting there, so green.
Burp. Yeah. All right. You don't really find anything. Are you just spending the whole night out there and then walking back in morning, or what would you like to do?
I'd probably, as like it gets closer and closer to morning, I'm probably getting like, he probably would have stopped, sat by a tree, tried to like just like close his eyes for a bit, get woken up by the dream again, and I'd say probably around like whatever 6-7 a.m. just like as the sun comes up, you might hear him thundering smite a tree out of like absolute rage at this point.
Okay. Yeah. Can I get an attack roll?
Fucking missed hitting a tree. That's how fucked up I am. Thundering smites a squirrel into oblivion.
Yeah, butterfly flies right before you commit the ultimate sin of elven rituals. Killing the great monarch butterfly.
Or that was a tree important to our religion.
Yeah, that was our god tree. Yeah. Yeah, you swing that hammer back full force, connect to that tree, and it just shatters. Like, it just splinters completely. Everyone at the camp can kind of hear this very loud, thunderous crack, and the tree kind of and just take out a couple other trees as it hits the ground. How would you guys like to react?
I guess like Tipley's kind of be like halfway in a stretch in his little makeshift hot tub.
Should we maybe go deal with that?
I look around to see how anybody else was. Is it just a Horace now?
Yeah, it's just a Horace right now.
I look to see how he reacts.
He kind of like pops up and looks around and goes, is Magnus all right?
I think he's okay. He hasn't been feeling well. That curse I mentioned.
Okay. Not my specialty, but if you guys can go make sure that everything's all right and that he's not tearing up the forest or that an animal.
Kipley walks over, just like still soaking wet from this little like nap tub.
Yeah, I'll go find him as well.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, you would have to travel a little bit. He's not close to camp.
Yeah, if you guys walk.
He definitely just would have trudged over there.
Gotcha. Dahars will be like, I'll let you guys. I'm going to pick up camp. That way, I don't see anything that may have happened in these woods. And please go and help your friend. But yeah, as you guys go and walk, you see Magnus doing what at this point?
He probably would be like sitting on the ground, like leaning on one of like the broken trunks of one of the trees, just like leaning back, staring at the sky.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, Tipley.
Was the tree rude or
like, cause it looks like it's freshly splintered down on its side.
Oh, it's smoldering, right? Probably. Yeah, like it's been fucked up. I'm sorry, I lost my cool for a moment.
You want to talk about it?
I don't know if there's anything to be gained.
I mean, you can try. It's not like you can really lose.
I am being fucked over by a god that I do not like, and I do not know what to do now.
Does he still have his shield with him? Like, I assume that's like his like constant accessory.
He has the hammer and shield. He has both.
Is the shield more the obvious focus of like Talos, or is it more the weapon? Does it sort of like which one seemed like it changed the most?
All three, pretty much.
Yeah.
His armor probably is the thing that has changed the most into this kind of like very I mean traditional cliche evil spiky black armor.
But the shield is the one that has like the face with the glowing eyes, right?
Right. Yeah, which is also a pretty big change.
Yeah.
And his mace probably would have went from like a much more traditional, ornate, like, good looking weapon into like a more menacing, like evil weapon of war.
Is the shield like on his back, on the ground?
It would probably just be sitting beside him. Like he's probably like displayed arms, like shield in left hand, mace in the right hand, or Morningstar in the right hand, just kind of like leaning back on the tree, looks tired, as like exhausted.
Tip is gonna walk over and just loudly knock on the shield like it's some noisy ass neighbor and he's filing a complaint.
Magnus will just look at you like, what?
And he's not talking to you.
Hey, asshole! You gonna say something, or are you just gonna be a dick this whole time? Let the guy go.
I'm just watching this.
Magnus just looks at you, Dipley. I'm not sure you want to fuck with Talos.
He kind of just sort of like reaches up, grabs the shield, pulls himself over like a bad David Tennant gif.
I mean,
the shield's
then you
three
can come down
times the
here and
size
say
of you.
something about it. Instead of, hiding behind you, and you're looking a little tight there, buddy.
It's like it has been shrinking, right? Just a little.
The
like,
armor's
like
shrinking.
Yeah,
the shield is still
no, but he's
massive.
He's like,
You can come down here and say something about it instead of doing that.
I wish he would.
Tipley, would you like to make a religion roll when you say this to actually send that message out?
Sure.
Okay.
He doesn't know any better.
He doesn't.
The best response.
Why is religion intelligence? That's weird.
That's what Gabe complains about all the time.
I agree.
9? Okay.
Like he's basically just doing the verbal equivalent of like throwing fingers.
Right.
Tipley, I don't think the gods are quite that petty.
He kind of just sort of like broadly gestures.
So like the mess that I made?
Yeah.
That may be more of a mortal weakness.
No, he's not pointing at the tree. He's pointing at you, like the scene that is you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it kind of seemed like he had a choice not to do that, and he did it.
Well, shame on me for asking for help, I suppose.
I mean, but you also don't have to, like, keep letting him be an asshole.
I am trying, but it seems there's no way out. And I worry at this rate he will drive me to insanity.
Just for grins, Tibbs gonna kind of like walk around him and just. Is there any like little, presumably there are latches, whether or not they work on his armor.
Mm.
And he's just kind of like, well, I mean, he's just gonna try and like loosen some of the latches or tug at them, just whatever.
Yeah, give me a strength check.
Oh, good. He's so good at those. What is his modifier? Okay.
Yeah, the dexterity to try to do it before the curse realizes what you're doing.
Nope.
Yeah, you go for it. You feel like, you get a little bit of like a grip on there and you start pulling, but it's not even budging.
Not even a little bit.
Hey, you got a small nothing trying to help you out. Be grateful.
I mean, I've seen you. Well, yeah, Magnus has seen you do some badass stuff.
Oh, yeah. Anyone that's seen Tipley's seen him do badass stuff.
He's just walking around, just like shoulder checking motherfuckers, like it's
Oh,
the
yeah.
opening scene of The Verve.
Yeah.
Shoulder checking. Their
Magnus,
hips.
I mean, yeah, it's his shoulder. They're like
Yeah.
knee, but they get it. They get the idea.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think like vibe checking someone in the shin is really the way you want to go with it, but it's just
Like, I mean, just keep trying.
I would at that point, like as Tipley's pulling, he'll kind of like you did. Chicane actually came over
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Magnus will kind of look at Chicane. Any ideas on what to do next? I fear this will only get worse.
I agree. And in character, do I know what the whole deal is? I can't recall.
Yeah, Cade said that shit out loud in
Yeah,
front of
Kate kind of
everyone.
like
Okay.
fucking put me on.
Yeah. So then I would
he
nod
ripped off the
along.
Band-Aid.
I would say we obviously can't have you performing the task he is requiring to make this unfortunate situation stop. So we need to find some kind of workaround or any way to get it off without yeah, some other way to get it off, I suppose.
Oh, wait, I got an idea.
Hmm?
And follow me on this.
Okay.
I mean, you asked our god to help you with something, and he let you do it, and he gave you that hot mess. Why don't you try asking another god? Maybe they
You
don't
mean-
like straight up like help, but maybe cancel each other out.
Or
Okay.
I end up with 2 hot messes.
I mean, you're kind of fucked up either way. I mean, at least try something.
Can I roll religion to see if I might know who would be like Talos's like fuck that dude? If I can screw him over, I'd do it.
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay.
No, I
Tim,
actually have a
I've
freebie.
talked,
Does
give them any kind of help.
does Talos have any from my reading of his book? Does he have any like gods who would love to fuck him over?
15.
Yeah, give me a quick sec.
Yeah, no problem.
From the book. Bam, 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 bam.
The Raven Queen.
Just call out to this other guy, be like, do you know what this guy's doing right now?
This guy's
at this
fucking
poor
around on your
kitty.
turf.
Look at this poor little kitty man.
Just like not even just show them Magnus, just the gif of Puss in Boots from Shrek. Just
Yeah.
with full eyes.
Okay, so roundabout way. Tyr would pretty much be his nemesis. Tyr, if you remember, is Florian, and yeah, it's pretty much the main god of this whole area, or not this area, but south. And also Tyr used to be the love interest of Tagoria Chicane. That's how you would kind of know him.
Wait, Tyr was the love interest of Sintra's mom?
You mean
No.
my god?
Yes, Timoria.
Yeah. Time out.
Okay, that was like
Sorry, I think
Yeah.
I put a G in there. Timoria.
It
not
was
Tiger.
clicking through. I was like, I think he means my god.
Yes.
Okay. Then I would, knowing all of that, suggest to Magnus, if we maybe play in the space that Tiffany suggested, there is in fact a god that I know a little bit about, who is on the side of good, more cares about people and the law and not sending people out to kill for him unless it's maybe a righteous cause, who might be interested in helping to at least, if nothing else, screw over Talos.
Magnus seems like he's listening but kind of humoring you.
I get the expression because I know how much he hates all the gods, and he's like, oh, you want to just lop another one on top of me?
I don't think I'm going to be getting entangled with any more. One has proven quite enough.
Spirit, Spirit, in your bag, you start to feel something. As much as I hate to say it with Graham,
Vibrate
vibrate in your bag. God damn it!
Shit, I thought I turned that off.
I was about to say, just like,
And maybe leave that for like, when we got an inn or something.
When I feel my bag shifting oddly, I will reach in and try to find whatever is doing that.
You start to, when you open up your bag, like a kind of purplish hue of light is kind of dimly radiating out of it, and you could kind of see the symbol of Tagoria on the deck of cards that you guys received from Bastion.
10 more. I got you.
I'm gonna just fuck it up.
So I'll take that out and stare at it curiously.
Cade did. This is the deck of many things.
Yes, correct.
Cade did say that it was very dangerous.
Cade doesn't know what is in it. Cade knows that it is a card, a deck of cards that there's good things and bad things. But he
Could
doesn't
do
know,
anything, like,
could
but
do
good
it.
or bad.
But he doesn't. He didn't know the extent of it. He's just like, you pull cards and shit happens. But who knows what shit can happen.
I don't think solitaire's like the answer, but
No, this is the deck of cards that Cade said would cause some sort of random effect, spell, possibly a curse, but it didn't have this symbol before. This is the symbol of the god I follow.
No one else sees the symbol.
Oh, well,
Nope,
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
So I say that
I'm
anyway.
informing. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
kind of
informing
tilt
them.
his head.
What's
Like, getting that sort of like dog flop kind of thing. Just
I'll like turn it more towards them. The purple symbol right here, it's glowing on it.
Magnus
kinda
just
looks
looks
up
at
to
you
Magnus.
like,
I think it's like a coin, isn't it?
Yes.
am I colorblind?
There's a coin with the image of Timora on it. You're not seeing that.
No. It
is
is
this
the
like-
same deck of cards.
Is this one of those magic eye things, or
I guess so. I'll even like try and like touch it, wave my hand over it, see if it disappears.
Yeah, as you kind of wave your hand over it, you hear this very beautiful woman voice that I cannot mimic say to you, this is my gift to you.
I pause because so far, especially on our journey, I have not gotten a response from her. So I actually get like a tiniest bit choked up, like a little bit like surprised and not knowing how to react right away. But then I'll just whisper quietly, "Thank you."
No answer back.
It seems like it might have been updated by my god. I don't know. I'm still rather nervous about trying to do anything with it.
Do you want to pull a card?
So what's everybody's backup character?
I got a necromancing centaur in the back wing,
The
so maybe they live.
chances of this
I mean, maybe-
destroying one of your characters is fucking like it's not.
Yeah, it'll destroy
it's not
all
horrible.
the entire peninsula. It's just like pure sphered.
How great would that be? I mean,
There
I
is-
wish that was a card, but there
If
is
you didn't-
one. There is
If you
one.
weren't messing around with it and it's still the deck that I read, there is
One.
there's an alignment switch though.
Oh, for
So
sure.
then we'd get two evil characters dealing with that problem. Anyway, no, I got a centaur. Maybe they're living in the woods. So yeah, I will gingerly and with a lot of, oh no,
He lied.
what?
He has a
getting-
physical
Oh,
deck
he's
of
getting
cards.
his card because he wasn't sure if I was gonna do it. Oh my
It's just-
god, he hopped up like something exploded.
The
I was like,
campaign.
what happened? He's so excited. It's okay. I want to play my necromancing centaur, so
Dumb accent am I going to do for my next character? Old man Southern or Letterkenny Wayne?
how good would Russian sound with a necromancer? Would it be bad? I don't know. I
A
can't
Russian
tell.
horse necromancers. Just that's a lot. That's a lot.
That is
Hey, that's
every
fine.
hat on top of the hat.
It's a little bit.
I would watch it.
All right, so I'm very gingerly, kind of almost too scared to do it, but like also a little bit too tempted because my god is the goddess of luck, so kind of interested to see what happens here, and I will pull out a card.
So I am going to give you.
I gotta rely on your luck.
I'm going to give you
Oh, shit.
a class feature. Your weird jester card trick proficiency type thing, and with you with this deck, I will give you the option to throw away whatever card you first draw, but then you must take the second one.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Card. Here, let me look up what we got. Ooh, is anyone nervous?
No, not at all.
I feel like we'd have to not already be ready to just be done with this game to be nervous. We're all like, and nuclear bomb.
All right, so
Tipper still has shit to do.
I still
Gotta
got
punch that
dragons
dragon.
to punch in the snoot. He didn't even say kill them. He was like, I need to
Yeah, he didn't
punch
say
them in
killing
the
it.
snoot.
Just
So,
talking to the ground.
where are clubs, diamonds, hearts, club? What is it?
It's like watching the slot machine bits go. Just
So-
taunting you.
Two of clubs. When you flip it over, it is a card of a man with a full like tankard of alcohol, like pouring it into his mouth as people around him watch, and you recognize it as the idiot card that will permanently reduce your intelligence by 1d4 plus 1. And you can draw one card beyond your declared draws. So you can take this one, or you could take something else.
That's the gamble because that's not the worst.
It's
I'm
not-
I'm not an intelligence user.
It's not good.
Although no, it's not because I was like, I'm already at 0. If I got a 4 on that roll plus 1, I'd be pretty fucking dumb. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna put my hands in Lady Luck.
I love the
You-
second the game's done. We pull out the
Game's
I'm gonna-
not here to tell you no. You're gonna
Yeah.
re-roll.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna hope Timora doesn't screw me over.
She wouldn't do that. She's a
We'll
On
see
purpose.
in a minute.
she's a beautiful.
She
Lady.
wouldn't, but you would.
I might, but she wouldn't. Whose idea was it to use this deck? This is just silliness.
I'd be so mad if it's worse than that.
All right, you tell me when to stop.
There we go.
Did you
Right
put
th-
that card back in the deck?
Oh yeah, it's back in the deck. It's a. When you think that it just gets thrown away and destroyed forever, like you have to, Sorry, did you say stop or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. It's in the club's family. Boom, 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 boom.
Uh-oh.
Am I gone?
No. You flip it over and it is a tarot card of a eagle flying down. As she pulls this card, you see all the magical items that she is carrying start to disintegrate. So your sword and any other magical item that you have on your body is now gone.
That's
Would that
actually okay, because I think I only had my rapier. I don't think I had anything else
would that
on me.
include the deck?
I was gonna say, does that include the
I
deck?
was wondering if it does include the deck. Here, let me look
Yeah.
it up and see.
Because
You know what,
she's
though?
holding the deck.
That's better than the idiot
A lot of things.
one, because I only lost my rapier, I still have 2 daggers, and I can always go back to that blacksmith and be like, hey buddy, you know those pretty swords you got back there?
Yeah, it destroys the deck of many things.
That's hilarious. I'm okay with that. I'll live.
Okay.
I'm gonna see. Okay, so I pull a card, and I guess like maybe there's some whispering that like tells me what's about to happen, and it's like you get, or I don't know how you want to do it in story, but if it suddenly disappears from my hand, I'm just going to stare at my palm for a while.
Yeah, so yeah, you kind of see it just same with your sword that you have on your hip, kind of very Thanos dust in the wind type thing. You see the card and the and her rapier just shatter and kind of blow off into the wind.
So I stare at my palm for a little bit, and like also then like look at my hip where my sword is now gone, and my head just kind of drops back, my eyes closed, and I sigh and I say, Magnus, I am definitely leaning more toward your side on your feelings on gods.
It is an infectious opinion.
Well, that idea's out the window unless we have someone else we can try and reach out to.
Magnus is just gonna like get up, look back at the tree, look at you guys. Can we maybe not let Doharis know about this?
I wasn't planning to.
I will attempt to control myself in the future. Not that I didn't this time.
He's aware of what he heard, but we won't discuss it. He even asked to not be informed. We're fine.
I'm sure his fairy trees will live. If they had a problem, maybe they should help out. He'll just kind of like shrug it off, like pull on, like kind of like roll his shoulders, but you can see like it's the armor's stupid tight now. I think
he's
it's been 2
been
weeks.
waiting for him to kind of shift so he can kind of like, as he starts to try and pull away, Tip is just trying to yank like one of the latches just to try and.
Yeah, give me an advantage strength check on this one.
Huzzah.
Using leverage this time.
You get the latch open and it just snaps shut again.
Oof, good thing it's advantage. Not
12?
much better.
Yeah. Can I get a strength check from you with disadvantage, Cause? Yeah, apparently this is a question that is asked quite a bit.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Like, wait, you said every magical item.
20.
And yeah, one of the Wizards of the Coast guys actually had to come out and make a statement about it. So yeah, Tipley, you feel like you get a pretty good grip right as he's kind of turning to walk away. You give a yank, and instead of like pulling him or pulling the armor, you kind of get roped. You kind of get pulled by his strength and just moving off your you're not able to like keep your feet planted. You kind of fling with him, and you now have a little frog man hanging off your armor.
He's just like awkwardly swinging.
Didn't work.
I was picturing him like hitting a tree like one of those sticky hands you like throw at a wall.
So we just like stuck to my armor and just look, if you wanted a ride, you just had to ask.
Well, I figured I'd try a little bit more than, I don't know, any of the gods are trying to help.
We will figure this out.
All right. You guys walk back. You see Tahar's kind of wrapped up all of your guys' stuff for you and packed it all away. Is it everything? I'm sure everything's all right.
Everything's fine.
Perfect.
As beautiful as your forest, Taharis.
I'm not sure if I'd call it my forest, but yeah, thank you. All right, well let's keep going. And yeah, you guys get on your mounts and you get to riding. On this day, around half, you finally not cut through, but you go into this clearing. There's now no trees. It seems to be like a clear tree line that leads up into a grass field, where you're greeted by now having like a straight visual eye shot of the dome, and it is absolutely massive. If a dome like this was covering Bastion, Bastion would have to be, even on its like slope, it would have to almost be like twice as high to cover this whole entire city. If I could get a perception check from everyone.
9.
9. Come on.
No.
16. All right. So the 9s, you guys can see a little bit ahead of you guys in the clearing, in the direction that you're heading. There seems to be a group of elves. So far, most of the elves that you've seen have been wearing furs, have been wearing leathers. This whole group is wearing like a white linen cloth, as they all kind of sit with their legs crossed, circling a man. And Tipley, you can kind of see at this point a little bit of movement behind this swirling dome, almost like creatures that might be walking around back there and moving. You're not exactly sure what they're doing at this distance, but you can see that there's life behind that dome. And a little bit of a shimmer leading from one of the people sitting in the group, leading to this orb, almost like a magical connection. And then Taharis goes, "Ugh, we're finally here." Just a kind of heads up, Centrapentina is a little bit eccentric. Just, go along with it. He's a very old soul, so he's just might be a little bit weird, just so you guys know.
Magnus is like side eye looking at Tipley and then Taharis, like we're used to it.
Oh, perfect. And then you guys kind of ride up, and you see this group. They are speaking Elven, and it's not even the whole group that's speaking. It's just this man. You guys have also kind of noticed it's hard to tell what age someone is. Most people around this seem to be like Taharis is around like his 30s or so, maybe 20s. But this man that everyone seems to be kind of speaking to has white hair from going gray. He also seems to be in like his 60s-ish, maybe 70s. And he's just speaking to the group, and then he turns and he looks at Taharis. Taharis says some stuff back to him in Elven, and the man then looks at all of you and then goes, what a beautiful sight to see. I haven't seen a non-elvish face in quite some time.
Magnus starts twirling his mane like, "Aw."
I'll raise a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you too. What blood does your ancestry come from, Tiefling?
Let's see. I know.
Can't just ask someone.
Yeah,
Didn't I get ripped into for this?
No, you were being all, "Oh, she's a tiefling. I bet she fucking." This is, I mean, come on.
She is a
literally
literal
his
symbol
words
of,
too.
like, you have polluted blood. I'm sorry.
Whoa, Jesus!
Wow,
Tell Brad Happy
Wow.
not to
Twitch
sleep with
TOS.
Some mudbloods over here. We got fucking some
I hang out in the muck all day, and you're the dirty one.
So do I know in character?
Do you know in character?
I don't know if I know in character. I know
Oh.
out
I
of
believe I'm
character.
gonna ask
Okay.
this, but is this based on color?
Yes, actually, I did design her look more in line with this one. So maybe
So if you like, you could do a religion roll to see.
Okay.
Anything above 15, and we'll say you know.
just shy.
Just shy.
For your benefit as the DM, it's Bishaba.
Is this because she's kind of lavenderish, or?
She's
so yeah.
also the arch nemesis of Timora. So.
Ooh. How do you respond to him as he says that?
I nod to him and say, "I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know for sure. I have taken notice that my, I'll like kind of wave at my like the skin on my arm and like around my neck. It's a bit of a different shade than the few others I've met, but I don't know if that means anything."
You'll see him kind of stand up, and again, you see him in like this kind of white, very thin linen. Like it's not like a thicker kind of robe that you usually imagine. It's very much more of like what you might see when someone gets like baptized type thing. And you see him come up and he starts like looking at you a little bit, and he kind of takes like a finger and puts it underneath your chin and kind of lifts it up, and he goes, what was the name again? What was the
Bishaba.
Bishaba.
Beshaba.
Okay. He goes, oh, looks, if I had to take a guess, and if it is something that you want to know, I would imagine Bishaba.
Interesting. Can you tell me anything about her?
Well, it's been some time since I've kind of studied that, but no. no, I can't. Because me personally, I don't know anything about Bishaba.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll say to him, I thank you for the educated guess. I'll look into that more later when I have a chance. My parents were both human, so the bloodline was from further back, I imagine.
A Bastion born. Are you from the south?
Yes.
To be fair, I did not think I would see one of you in quite some time. Bastion born, not a tiefling.
I didn't think I would ever be up here.
You are very lucky to be up here. Oh, and I'm sorry. And he'll turn and look at Tipley and Magnus and goes, please come sit down with all of us. And you notice that everyone that has been sitting in the group, there's about 20 of them, all kind of like turn, and they've been watching you guys the whole time. Maybe not exactly understanding what you guys are all saying, but keeping an eye on you.
I was specifically going to ask, like, because I'm very interested in talking to this person more specifically, but I would probably like glance and see if it looks like they're understanding our conversation or if they are just like lost.
Yeah, give me a what is the name
Insight
of that insight? There you go.
21.
Oh yeah, they don't know what the fuck you guys are talking
Okay.
about.
Just curious.
Yeah. And yeah,
So it seems a little bit like the Sins are like the only ones that know common, and even that one we met didn't.
Yes, for
Okay.
sure. Please, I've heard tales of mixed animal humanoid creatures, but I am not familiar with what you are, Sir Paladin Knight.
Magnus looks a little offended when you call him mixed.
Is there something to be offended by being mixed?
He is a proud kitty cat. There's no human in this.
I love how quickly that became a meta turnaround. That just makes me so happy.
No, he's not like half. When he hears mix, he would think of half elf, half human kind of deal, half orc. He's not half anything.
I'm half in the bag. It's half... No? Oh, okay.
See, I am Leonin. I have no human in my ancestry.
Very interesting. Where do you come from?
Very far north.
That is a lot of detail. I enjoy that. And he'll turn and look at Tipley. And you, my...
Hi, I'm Tipley.
Evening to you, Tipley. May I ask, why, what brought you all here? And Daharis will actually... Yeah, Daharis will actually look at him and kind of be like, these three, and actually one of their friends that we are expecting at a later time, have overthrown Bastion, and they seem to be very handy in ways of combat and magic, and I was hoping that they might be able to help us with the portal that is opened up in Sindarin. You'll see this kind of wondering, pondering look on I'll call him Trip whenever I mention him offhand. And he kind of looks and goes, it looks at all of you and goes, why? What would cause you to want to risk what little valuable life you have left to help us?
Magnus laughs. There is plenty of life left. Trust us. I want glory.
I'll say it's quite a long story. Not that I don't care to share it, but to answer your question a bit more directly, is that I have a close friend, and my compatriots here have been very generous in helping me with this quest, but she has been bestowed a curse by Mammon that we have determined can be broken, but only with the help of several stronger, more capable mages. And through my friendship with Daharis, we sort of, I suppose you could say it's a bit of a deal that if we can help with this, that the elves will see what they can offer us in that direction.
He kind of looks over at Tipley.
But what?
Well, why are you risking your life? This man here wants glory. This woman here wants mages. What do you seek?
Well, someone asked me to help her friend, and I kind of not done.
Well, I guess I have no, and you'll kind of look at Dahar's objections to this. I'm sorry, and he'll look back at Chicane. How many wizards, sorcerers, druids, any kind of magic user, or just some in particular?
I suppose any magic user, but it would have to be a strong caster. I myself can do some things, but not in the direction that we would need the expertise of someone who understands creating and breaking curses, things placed upon people.
Well, and you'll see him kind of close his eyes for a second and just kind of go silent. And again, earlier, Tipley, you saw it, but if I can get Arcana checks from you guys.
All of us?
All of you,
okay.
Yes.
Can I choose to auto fail?
You have zero. You're fine. You got it. You've been around magic.
He's not even proficient in it, so it's just...
No, I don't think any of you guys really are too much.
I mean, I got
13.
a 7, not too bad
Yeah,
considering.
not
Oh, fuck off,
17.
really?
There you go. There we go. I knew what, one of you has to, I mean, not have to, but you did. So Magnus and Tipley, you guys see it again. Sorry, no, Magnus, you don't notice it. Chicane and Tipley, you notice it again, but you see this man kind of concentrate for a second, close his eyes, and again you see this kind of white ghostly wisp of energy kind of shoot out of this man and then go straight to the shield that is around the city, and then he opens his eyes back again and well, are any of you strong magic users then?
Our one friend who should be joining us, he unfortunately had to take care of some emergency family business. But I expect him back.
I understand.
What was the thing that just happened there?
Oh, that is a spell that I have to cast on a permanent basis, almost, to keep the shield over the city and keep whatever evils are inside of it, and will unfortunately keep us out as well.
And you have to do this constantly?
I've been doing it for about the last 200 years.
Oh.
Does it like hurt, or is it just like done?
Are you asking, does it hurt me to cast it, or does it hurt when you touch it?
I think both are relevant.
I guess the answer is no to both of those. No, it doesn't hurt me to cast it. It's just casting a spell. And no, it doesn't hurt when you touch it. It's more of a semi-translucent wall. I guess would be a good way of thinking about it.
How close are they to that barrier?
We're probably about 50 feet away from the barrier.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I just have to concentrate on it, and every couple minutes or so I have to make sure to keep it up, as you may.
That sounds very tedious.
Well, some would say that it is my fault that it is there to begin with, so I have sacrificed a very long time to keeping up this very tedious act.
You opened the demon portal.
That was actually about to be my question, but I'll let Magnus take it.
No.
They kind of just like quietly uncork something. Just like, it's like, because like, oh, the tea's about to be spilled now. So
I forget, did he offer you guys to take a seat with everyone or no?
He did.
Yes.
Okay. So he's I was the headmaster at the wizarding school that was here. Have you all heard of it?
Yes, that's actually why we were heading in this direction, to hopefully find more magic users. We don't have, well, almost any now in Bastion.
Well, what about Sir Killian?
I killed him.
Wow. That is interesting.
He was a bit of an asshole, as Tipley would say.
Many men of power are, as I have come to learn. Do the other, and he'll look at Daharis, do the other sins know about this? And Daharis will look at you guys. Did you mention anything about killing Killian to the woman that you saw, Katisha, in the south?
I don't think we did. I think we only covered the him being kidnapped part.
When you say that in person, he will. I'm assuming you also say that in character.
No, that was all out of character.
Oh,
It
okay.
was like,
Yeah,
I
don't think you. I
was-
don't think you guys did either.
Yeah, Magnus would go.
I think I told Daharis, but I think that was it.
Yeah.
I believe Daharis knows. Is this a problem?
Daharis, I haven't told anyone yet. And then you'll see Trip kind of, well, if a couple of the other sins find out that he's not there, who now rules over Bastion?
The Gravasians and the Crow Queen has a foothold there.
The Crow Queen.
I
haven't
am
heard
of
that
her
name in some time.
employ.
Even more interesting. I haven't heard her name in quite some time, but I thought she ruled over the mountain region.
I believe she will still retain her claim there, but as a deal for help, she has taken a parcel of land in agreement with the Gravasian king.
When you see parcel of land, his eyes kind of light up a little bit. Oh, parcel of land. Which parcel of land do you know?
It was pretty explicitly the one like that was being guarded by the old lady, right?
Correct. Just
Yes.
north. There's no name over it. It would just be like a little bit north of Bastion.
He would give just a roundabout description.
She was. That's very interesting. I'm assuming she's in search of that rumored magical item that sat there at some time ago.
Unfortunately, out of her reach.
Why is that?
Not my story to tell. The Guardian is dead too, though.
Guard, I'm sorry. If we could, I have plenty of time on my hands as I am destined to sit here until this portal is closed. I have all the time in the world for stories. So if you would not like to tell me and he'll look at Chicane and Tipley, one of you would be so kind.
Magnus wasn't being like
sort
short.
of looks at Chicane, just
Magnus wasn't being like short or like disrespectful. He was just kind of like, that's not my story.
You haven't seen any hurt or taking of disrespect to him.
When you immediately regret being the face of the party.
Well, Magnus would continue. Do you know the Guardian of that power?
I have heard no. I've heard many rumors about this item, but no one truly knows what it does or how to find it.
Our friend Cade would probably know better, but we had a run-in with the Guardian of that power.
Please, and?
I will give him the bullet points, starting with Sintra getting the curse while the war was starting. Our focus was on the war for a time, but after that was settled, then our next step was before we finished the war, we needed to figure out Killian's power. We figured out that's probably what it was, or it would be a good way to deal with him. Found the Guardian, found out that she would need to pass on for hopefully a temporary time to retrieve the power. That was how we were able to finish the war, and now we are on the last leg, hopefully, of this sort of journey to complete destroying the curse, returning Sintra to her family, and hopefully restoring the lands to a more peaceful leader.
Did we include the part where Mammon has the crystal?
Nope.
Before going into a demon portal.
I'm going to omit that. If questions lead to that later, okay, but I'm not throwing that out there.
So
there's one or two moments where Tippy's just like,
Nope.
As you're telling this, I'm assuming you're telling it as a story. Can you actually give me a performance check?
Okay.
With advantage.
Oh.
I mean, you're the bard. This is like your story. This is going to be your shit.
Are you embellishing with your pan flute, or
No.
for like scene transitions? Just
Yeah, for sure.
No, Tipley could give me some tempo on some bongos though if he wants.
Ooh.
he has his own pan flute. One of the kids gave him one.
Yeah, he could play it.
Is he proficient?
Just croaking
He
through a
is
pan through.
proficient in performance.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, with the 18, you actually haven't been able to do this in a very long time. You used to be the jester, you used to entertain people, but you have been lacking an audience for so long because you've been off fighting and doing good deeds, that you actually haven't been able to sit down at a tavern or a card table in a while and tell stories. So you kind of get into it while you're telling the story and you get really animated. As you are doing it, Daharis is actually translating what you're saying to the group of people sitting there, and they are all listening. You actually see like this old man who's been kind of lacking of emotion, kind of like he's enjoying this. This is fun for him. And yeah, and then at the end, you guys, you even recreate the scene of Magnus striking down Killian and killing, even though you weren't there, you just make up something about how he did it. And then afterwards, everyone kind of like gives a clap to you. And then afterwards, the man goes, well, that was very fun. If I may ask, this magical item, do you still have it?
Magnus
Nope.
looks at you two.
No, unfortunately.
Oh,
Though if it seems viable to get it back, I certainly would try.
That may prove difficult.
well, does your friend Kate? Well, I don't even think you ever actually even said his name. But no, you would have during the story.
I did say
okay,
our friend Kate.
Gotcha. Does Cade have it? Is that what this family business is about?
Well, Cade had it. Unfortunately, he is wrapped up in his own problems, and Mammond may have it.
My friend Sintra is not the only one who has unfortunately crossed his path.
So not only has Mammon taken this girl and cast a curse on her, he also took your friend Cade and cast a curse on him.
Do I know the full story behind that one? I don't think I do.
I don't think you do either, yeah.
I know the effects of it. I don't know how that happened.
You know he's got an unfortunate connection with Mammon. I think I might be the only one that knows.
Tipley was there.
Tipley was
Yeah.
there. Tipley was there.
Tipley
Okay,
was there.
so me and Tipley know about the actual signing a contract thing.
Yeah, I think he knows about it. Tipley didn't see it because I think he was busy off trying to
Fight.
No,
the-
because I think Cade was with him when they were kind of trying to duke it out with
Oh,
some.
that's true.
And then Cade jumped into the portal inside the portal, kind of thing.
No, he signed the contract in front
No.
of
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, yeah. but
Cade
the
was
co- yeah,
standing
that was the
back.
contract
Florian
before.
was fighting with you.
Was it Florian?
Hmm.
You know about it either way.
Yeah.
You've been with the group
It's
and you
just
were
been
there.
so long at this point.
It has.
So I would explain to Sin Trip. It's actually all happened around about the same time. Mammon has some deep-rooted plans with Bastion. It seems he had a cult there. He took Sintra and was threatening her. Our friend Cade selflessly agreed to sign a contract with him to spare her, but he still placed the curse on her.
Well, the reason that I ask about the rulers of Bastion is that some of the sins here would love to grow the forests down south, taking control of it. Now, obviously, if there's Gravasian and Bastion armies there to stop them, then there would be no choice, especially with us. We have no defenses. But if both of the war parties are weakened in a state of vulnerability, some of the sins might have an idea or two to lead an attack towards Bastion to clear out space for more forests to expand the kingdom of Sindarin.
Magnus's eyes are gonna like squint real tight in on that.
Like Tippy's just like kind of doing the annoying kid thing.
Yes, Tipley.
How about you like focus on this problem?
Like he's pointing at the wall.
Just like,
no.
I mean, if you solve that, you don't need to go piss off the neighbors.
Right.
Start this whole shit all over again.
Look, all I want to do is go back to teaching. That's it. All I am saying is that some of that information might be better kept away from some of our more military focused sins.
That's good to know. I would also like to just mention that the new leaders of Bastion are good people and diplomatic. So, in fact, if it turns out that plan is still in place among the more militant of your people, there may be room to actually talk about this rather than need to take offensive action.
I hope it never comes to that. But
Magnus kind of looks at Daharis and him and goes, "Let us not forget, we have fought one revolutionary war and killed one archmage. It is not too far a step to do it a second time if the need arises."
Very fun. Good sir, I am not here to try and threaten you, nor accept any threats towards me and my people. I am clearly just stating that there is a kingdom here ruled by some who would like to expand their borders. Now,
well, it might be best for all parties involved to control our more outlandish evils.
I agree. All I'm saying is maybe keep some of that information to yourself about Killian's passing. And
bad news travels fast. I'm sure it won't take long.
I don't. Daharis will kind of look at you guys and be like, a lot of the news from there's not a lot of connection or play between us.
Doesn't the trader at the post? There's no like information or news passing.
There is. It's just very kind of limited. It's not like a huge trading market is in between these guys like it would be from Littleton, Gravas, and Bastion. It's very much like someone might walk up and be like, hey, I might be able to fucking upsell some of these fruits if I get some exotic shit. They're not really, it's not like handfuls of people are really intermingling.
I can imagine not any like merchants from Bastion really want to try to even like talk with the elves with their recent history.
True that too. Fucking Cade was a odd one for coming up here and trading with that because there's a lot of racial tension between the elves and Bastion. But yeah, so he'll look at you and go, yes, and obviously number one on my list, and he'll point back at the dome, is this. So earlier you asked me about this, and I admitted that I had some part in it. You see two do any of you know what is east of the forest?
We have never been permitted in this forest before.
It would have been north of the Crow Queen's domain.
The orcs.
Correct.
I have been there.
Good. Well, during my time of leading the college, there was a very powerful wizard that I should have accepted, but I did not because of my own biases. From him being of orc blood, I did not think that he would fit in. I did not think that he would possess what was needed to really learn in my college, so I denied him entry. I was foolish to do so. Not just because of what he did afterwards, but are any of you familiar with blood magic.
Magnus sort of shrugs.
Would I have ever seen Kalian doing something like that?
Give me Arcana check, or History check, either one that you guys want to do, and just let me know.
Magnus has traveled through Orklands because he's kind of traveled about
5.
a bunch. So can I do a check if I've heard of anything from orcs? I also speak Orcish.
For sure. Yeah, you could do that, and then do it with advantage, please.
And do you want it Arcana or just History?
Either one. You tell me.
They're both bad, so.
They're both not good. Tipley, did you roll?
Chipley would not know shit.
Yeah,
Thank fuck for that advantage.
for sure. How great would that have
All
been?
orcs also live under castles. Which are-
He just starts explaining all these stories about blood mages he's met.
All these
Magnus,
squares make a circle.
you would know that the orcs have their own kind of ability to sacrifice their in-game mechanics. It would be like their HP. They can pretty much almost in a sense like torture themselves to make their magic more powerful. Usually by like a form of bloodletting to empower a spell that they have. We're using Arcana or History?
I used History.
History. So yeah, you've heard tales of it. Some of the orcs have talked about it. Whenever they tell you like fun stories around the campfire, whenever there is magic that is from the orcs, it usually has to do with blood magic. Maybe even some of them like dying in the case of using the spell to really empower it. So yeah, he asked you, do any of you know blood magic?
I know nothing of it. I don't believe I've even heard. I know of it. I know nothing of it, and I've never seen it performed.
Sounds rather unbecoming of a paladin.
Chipley kind of just slowly turns to look at him.
Like, really?
I agree. It could be. But it no one here was too accepting of him. And so to get his revenge, he snuck inside of the college and opened up a portal through hell using blood magic. What ensued was a massacre of our people. Many of us died, fortunately, as demons started flowing through that portal and massacring the people. Unfortunately, once I got out, I was in a position that I do not enjoy and had to set up this shield over the city, trapping anyone left inside to, I imagine, a very gruesome death. And here we are today, trying to, I wouldn't exactly call it rebuilding. We are kind of stuck in this purgatory waiting for, I guess, you now.
Well, I apologize for that then.
What do you apologize for?
If we are your only hope, I fear that this may not be your brightest day.
Speak for yourself, buddy.
I follow up with that with, I am sorry to hear about your plight, but we'll do what we can.
I appreciate that.
Actually, more to the point, what would we be doing?
Well,
I mean, you're the like the magic guy. You can do that.
Yes.
What are we supposed to do that you can't?
I do not know how to shut down that portal. Unfortunately, blood magic opened it. Blood magic would need to close it. that or some other technique that maybe the orcish people understand or know, or demons understand or know, but I do not possess that knowledge.
I don't believe demons would help close a portal that they're escaping through.
I agree. I believe we might have to somehow learn their techniques, with them being less than cooperative.
Well, I know a few orcs.
That might help. And Daharis will kind of look at you guys and go, it's, are any of you feeling hungry? You guys have been sitting here for a while, chit-chatting with the group. Daharis is like, I can go and get us something to eat? Drinks? Yes? Good.
That would be
Yeah.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Magnus would also ask if there's a stream nearby so we can clean up.
There's a massive one. You kind of see, you see a large, not even just stream, like a river that kind of is a little bit north of you. And as Daharis leaves, you see the rest of the men in white robes leave with him and go off towards the woods and the stream.
I'm gonna go off and go take a kitty bath.
Okay. Trip will watch you kind of leave and be like, all right, we can take a break if you guys need to take a break, or if you have any other questions, I'm here.
Is that in character?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Both guys. It's fucking. It's 2:00. Go take your breaks. Go do whatever you need to do.
No, it's like you said it in like a character voice. I was like, wait.
Well, so he wasn't expecting Magnus just to get up and walk away, but he was like, "Oh, if you guys need a break from just chit chatting, we can
In
take a
character,
break."
I will say like, yes, we'll take a breather on all the story sharing. But of course, any more questions available?
Yes, he'll say that sounds great. And you'll see he doesn't walk away with the rest of the group. He sits right there next to the dome. Let's go take a break. Let's take a break. Oh, and while we're on breaky break, Spirit, if you could give me a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh, did you piss your god off now too?
Yeah, he's pissed.
Thought it was a she.
It is. But who knows at this point? Maybe I'm being fucked with somebody else and I don't know.
Look at you, quick little break takers. 15. Cool. All right. So,
How exploded am I?
not very. Who is all walking to the stream with Daharis and the group in their white linens? And who's staying with Trip?
Question. Where did Magnus's shield go? Did it go with him, or did he kind of leave it where we were sitting?
The shield and Morningstar would be sitting there.
Excellent.
All right. Does anyone have any things that they would like to do before I get?
I was gonna say, Chicane would have thought about it. I was like, I think it's been a little while since I actually got a bath, so I would follow to the river as well.
Okay.
So has everyone left Tipley alone
Yes,
with
they
this
have.
shield?
Everyone except for Trip. Trip will be there.
Yeah, he doesn't care if somebody sees. It's more just
Yeah.
a case of is Magnus gone.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Magnus is gone. Yeah, Magnus walked off.
So here, let me do them first.
Okay.
So as you guys are walking, Chicane, you feel this pull in your body. Like it's physical. It's not like a mental, like I need to go over there, but you feel like every cell in your body is trying to pull you towards that dome. And I'll go for it. What are you gonna say?
Would it be unconscious, like I don't realize it, like I'm just kind of like turning that way, or would I like notice it and be able to like think like this is something's what?
You with the 15, yeah, you understand that your body is pulling you over that way.
Okay, so maybe I'm walking for a bit and then kind of suddenly realize I'm almost walking like right at it, and I'll try and like plant my feet solidly and look at the rest of the group, or well, to Daharis. Daharis?
Magnus will stop and turn as well.
Yes, Chicane.
Is there some sort of like magnetic feeling about this portal?
One of your feet kind of move forward.
Yeah.
No, none. Why?
And like I'm like that, like you can see like my like hunching down more, like trying to like make sure I don't move toward it anymore. I feel like I can't stop myself from walking toward it.
Your other foot goes forward.
Magnus is going to grab her.
Yeah,
Like,
you pick.
Not like grab like fully, but kind of like half hug, just like no.
Is my mom in there? No, not my human mom, my other mom.
Are you my mom?
Demon mom.
Is my demon mom in there?
Can I get? Are you gonna look at the dome?
I'm like staring at it, like I'm getting nervous. I really do not like that. I'm like being kind of pulled into it.
Can I get a perception check from you?
Yeah. 19.
Ooh, hell yeah. So on the other side of this, you see the armor looks very much like Magnus's. It is very demonically black. You can kind of, with this high roll, you can kind of see through the kind of swirling white and gray that is going through this wall of force. But you can very clearly see a man with a lance of flame riding on a horse. The horse's mane and hooves are completely engulfed in flames. You see like glowing red eyes. And you see him kind of like pacing back and forth on the horse like a fucking tiger in the zoo. Like he is just like locked in, eyes on you as he's pacing back and forth on his horse, almost like he's trying to do everything that he can to break through it. And you could hear in Infernal in your head that just goes like, "Come to me, child." It is this very like grotesque, gurgling, infernal, demonic language that is speaking to you directly into your head.
Did Magnus get a hold of me?
Yeah, Magnus got a hold of you, and there's nothing actually drawing you like forcefully. Like there's no tether onto you pulling you, so he doesn't feel any difference in weight or force. He pulls you from it, and as he does, you feel it kind of break this kind of pull that you felt, and Magnus pulls you away. And Tahar's is like, is everything all right?
From after hearing that, I'm gonna be like shivering a little bit, like kind of holding onto Magnus, and I'll just kind of shake my head at Daharis. I can't like speak at the moment.
Let's go bathe. That always helps.
Let's. All right. And yeah, you guys start walking away. And yeah, you get to the river. You get to the river. There's a little bit of a what's it called? Like an eddy, like off to the side where the current's not pulling fully. Where you see people kind of filling up bowls with water. And yeah, at this time, let's go back to Tipley. Tipley, what do you have in mind?
It's Trip, right? Is the guy?
Full name? His full name is Tripantia.
Hey, Trip.
Yes, Tipley.
You said you kind of made a mistake and you've been sort of paying for it ever since.
Tipley, is this going to be a are you doing all right?
Oh yeah. See, the big cat guy. He
yes,
kind of
Magnus
did something a little more recent, and I was wondering if you could help me talk shit to the god that cursed him. I don't know if you can wave your hands around to make something like that happen, but
Tipley, you would like me to help send a message to his god for you?
Yeah.
Tipley, can I ask you a question? What do you think would be the outcome of said message?
Well, I mean, it can't really get any worse for him. So
are you trying to put the burden onto yourself?
No.
You are just trying to anger a god.
No.
No. Help me understand. I might just be able to help you send that message. I'm just wondering your thought process. As a teacher, it is an old habit of mine, so please indulge me.
He's gonna kind of like point to his sort of like raggy clothing that he's always been wearing. He's like,
so where I kind of learned, they like to talk about ego and how it's bad, and I kind of want to appeal to his.
Are you trying? I'm sorry. Are you trying to bargain with this god to let your friend go?
No.
Okay.
It seems like everybody I know who makes deal with gods kind of hates it, so I don't want to do what they did.
Well, I wouldn't say everyone hates it, right? Everyone. I mean, maybe making deals with gods.
The people I've met, like one of them I hang out with, and actually two. One's not here. And they kind of just don't like it.
The gods are a tricky beast. I will say that. So what is this message that you would like to send? Have you rehearsed it? Have we thought this out?
What he
kinda. He does have a thought.
Do you need like a focus or to help? Like I don't know.
Focus could help.
And he's gonna motion him over to that shield and the hammer, and because it's all, I guess, like right next to each other.
Yeah, we'll lay the shield and the hammer next to each other. The shield's like 3 times your size.
Yeah, those would make perfectly excellent focuses. I'm sure they could help you send a direct message to. Did you guys say who it was yet, or no?
No.
I've never mentioned. Well, Tipley knows which god it is.
Yeah.
I
but
just mean, have you said
no
it to
one
Trip?
said it out loud.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it would only help to say it now. So,
I think it was Talos.
Yeah, he rolled a 23 on that check. He goes, the face on there, that looks like
Like an asshole, right?
I was going to say Talos, but I think the two are interchangeable.
And he would have seen Magnus's eye as well.
Yes. So I just am a big fan of thinking things through nowadays in my old age. in my old age, I've learned that jumping into things doesn't always work out. So, yeah, but if
I kind of want to tell him how it might be in his best interest to kind of just let this one go.
okay, you would like to try and reach a soft spot in Talos's heart to let your friend go.
I'm not trying to appeal to him with the power of a Care Bear stare. I'm trying to make him not think this is a good idea anymore.
Okay. Can you move that shield over here closer to me?
Can he?
You could try.
Do I know that it kind of like
Acrobats, slide it over.
when when other things have happened? Like, has Tipley noticed that? It sort of seems to have
You've
been
seen every time I pick up another weapon, they swap. But every time you see me just lay it down and go off and do my thing, it's never switched. Yet.
I don't know if I should move it or touch it. Would it be better if he came over here?
Like, he's kind of just like,
Tipley, I have to stay within 50
right there?
Yeah, I'm at about the limit of it. I don't like to get too close to it because it makes some of the followers a little bit uncomfortable seeing demons press their faces up against the wall.
He's gonna try and move the shield.
Okay, give me a religion check before you do, and then give me your strength check.
Acrobats.
Or acrobats, whatever you want. Go for it.
Does it start glowing, eyes glowing red as Tipley gets close?
Yeah, it's been red ever since you know Tipley is a
No, I mean, like, as he gets closer, does it get like redder?
Got you. Yeah. But also here, let's see, what are your rolls? So your religion roll was a 3. That's great. 3s are good.
And you said I could use acrobatics or my dex. I figured dex makes sense because I use dex instead of strength because of monk stuff anyways. So I feel like it's just like instead of using strength, it's using leverage.
Yeah.
Whatever that
Use that whole body.
All 2 feet of it.
16. Okay, so you take it and you kind of slide your feet underneath it, and you kind of like
stone of triumph.
springboard your feet, like you push your feet up against it and just kind of like try and kick it over there. But as your feet make contact with it, inside of your head you feel like a very loud thunder crack, very reminiscent of his like thundering smite.
Does it hurt, or is it just okay?
Yeah. It's not gonna hurt much though. Oh well, it's just gonna be 5 damage. It's a little
like
maybe
5 psychic, 5
thunder.
Oh,
yeah, it'll be psychic. And then when you kick it over, you definitely start to see, like, today was a beautiful sunny day, but now we're starting to get some clouds very quickly moving in, and then a little pitter patter of rain.
Do I
as you
kind of
do
get
it.
the connection between the two?
Yeah.
I mean, I figure his wisdom's high enough to get that, but
And as you do it, and the clouds start to come in, you see Trip, and he, Tipley, I believe you have his attention. If you come here next to me, I can help you send it.
and he goes right over there.
You see him kind of like rub his hands together, and he kind of kneels beside you, and he starts like to move your body a little bit into like a proper like prayer formation, and then puts your hands
Yeah, he goes
back.
like crisscross applesauce kind of thing. Like normally when he sits down, it's like the teddy bear sit, but here he's kind of going with the full thing.
And he'll put your hands on the shield, and he'll go, all right, Tipley, here's your chance. And go ahead and give me a religion roll.
Can I say my thing first before the roll?
Hell yeah, you can.
Because I don't think religion's going to be what applies in the end.
Go for
Hi, bitch.
it.
So here's the thing. I'm starting to get the impression that, where the other paladins have met and the other people I keep running into, they're always kind of running into gods, talking with gods. I don't really care. It doesn't really affect me. But it seems like I'm going to keep running into them. So the next time I do, I'm going to tell them all kinds of stories about what a little bitch you are if you don't just let Magnus go. Because at some point, either we're going to have to go deal with you, or one of the gods are going to have to deal with you, because they love doing that, apparently. So can we just let this go already before it, keeps going?
Yeah, give me that religion check.
Can I make that an intimidation check instead?
You may, but you do need
It
that
is the
religion
exact
check in
same
there.
roll.
Okay, then give me 2 rolls. Your first one will be religion. Your second one will be intimidation.
Oh, great. Both 0.
That's right. You're like one of the best rollers we got.
Not today.
Oh my
and they're both 8.
He tried, man. He tried.
Got you.
Does my impassioned plea give advantage?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to say your religion roll is with advantage with him helping you. So sorry,
Okay.
Give me another roll. Let's see if you get above it. 8. 16. Okay. You see as these clouds are getting darker and darker as you are doing this, and the rest of the group, you guys also notice like, what the fuck? Like, where'd the sun go? Like, where'd this freak storm kind of come from? And then you see a lightning bolt strike near Tipley, not close enough to hurt him or do damage, but you see it strike close to him. And if you guys turn Magnus, you'll see your shield and Tipley trying to do some kind of thing to it. You're not sure what.
I'll see, like, in my head that happening.
No, if you guys turn and look.
Okay, we're close enough to just see them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see what he's doing, but you can see that he's touching your shield, and there's now a lightning strike happening next to him.
I'll look casually interested now. Not like, as long as the lightning didn't hit him, I'm gonna just kind of like, not meditate, but kind of like look inward, like, what the fuck is happening now, Tillis?
Yeah. Was there more or
Nope.
No, I'm literally just watching this happen, and he's like listening in like his mind's eye for like, is Taylor's gonna say something? Is there a message happening now? Like, what is this?
I'm about the same. I'm also like personally a bit disturbed at the moment.
Nope, nothing being said to anyone. Tipley, Triple look down at you and he'd be like, I feel like you got his attention.
And then Tipley's gonna think real hard about like just flicking one of the eyes on the shield.
I mean, I know you can kill me. You're a god. It's not. So can this old guy. I mean, it's not that impressive.
So badly want this to be a do it, you won't.
So, I mean, either do it or fuck off. And let him go.
Yep, that's it.
Cool.
I don't know if there's any the thing I have to roll for, or that's
Nope.
the end of it.
Nope.
Okay.
That's the end of it.
Does Tipley still like stay by the shield, or does he like get up, walk
He's
off?
kind of having a little staring contest with it at the moment.
It starts to rain.
Magnus is gonna shrug, look up at the sky, and just kind of go back to the river and start bathing. He'll look at Taharis, let them know the lightning will not be a problem.
Why would lightning be a problem?
Does Taharis actually ask that?
Yeah, we have
He's
lightning
gonna, like-
here. This
he's
it
gonna point-
happens.
I don't think this was anything natural.
Oh, and he wasn't really like he was looking over at Tipley, but Trip's over there and he figures it's fine or maybe some kind of weird trip magic. And he's just all right, and you'll see him turn and say something to everyone in Elvish, and then they kind of like just kind of shrug and they go back to bathing or doing whatever they were doing.
Just little question marks pop up over their head.
Yeah.
Magnus is just gonna go kind of like bathe for a few minutes, like soak in the stream, let all the water run through his armor.
Yep.
Before kind of getting back up and heading back towards. Hopefully, before everyone else gets ready to leave the river, he'll hand. If Chicane still looks a little bit rattled, he'll kind of like hand her off to Taharis and just be like, "Don't let her get near that bubble."
Is there? And he'll look at Chicane. Is everything all right?
It's all right. I just saw something that shook me a little bit, and I'll like do the thing where like I put my like arm like through his, but like I'm like gripping like the upper part of his shoulder.
He'll give you a nice smile, and you'll be like, I understand. It's weird. Not every day you get to see a horde of demons sitting and waiting, calculating how they may destroy you. He'll smile. Sorry, it's a dark thought. Are you ready to go back?
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I'm gonna try to get out of there before they head back, just to have a word with
Sure.
Tipley and Trip.
You
I'm
may-
not rushing back.
You
just walking.
you may have your word.
I'm probably going to be walking slowly so I can like just see where my feet are planted.
Yeah, I'll kind of like get back to the kind of like jog back over to the camp, like still wet. Look over at Tipley and Trip. Were you guys having fun over here?
You have a very good friend here in Tipley. I will go walk over there for no reason. And you'll see him just kind of stand up, nod at you two, and then just walk away.
Thanks.
I see you were at least successful in pissing him off.
Well, he kind of pissed me off first.
That is fair. I agree with that. Did
Sorry, I didn't
anything
really-
happen?
Tip is trying to like sound out a word in his head that he just knows he's heard at the bar before he says it out loud.
He's kind of impotent. He didn't really do anything. He kind of just made some
Starts
noise.
laughing heavily. Don't make a deal with him, and hopefully it stays that way.
Try to appeal to his ego a little bit. I don't think it did much.
I'm sure he has plenty.
He kind of just
that.
is like pointing down his like finger at the shield kind of thing. which I guess because he only has the 3 fingers.
Looks weird.
Yeah, like there should be more force behind it, but there's not. He's also 2.5 feet tall, so weighs about as much as a cat. But kind of just shrugs.
Well, I thank you for the attempt. Hopefully, you at least got his attention.
Seems like it. I mean, if his whole point was to try and like make everything dour, I'm from a fucking rainforest.
I enjoy the rain as well.
What bitch ass move is this?
He's gonna like look up. I actually enjoy the rain as well.
I mean, if he's trying to be like intimidating, he's not very good at it.
You are a little more oblivious than many to the perils of lightning, I would think.
I mean, I know it'll kill me. It's just more a case of he meant for it to try and scare me. If that was his whole point, it's a little dumb. If he wanted to make a point, he could have just killed me. And he didn't.
From what I know of the gods, they like to play with their food a little more than that.
Meh.
Yeah, he'll just kind of like walk over to what's his name? Trip to heart, trip to something.
Tripantia.
Did you help him with that?
Yes, he asked me for help, and I think he cares about you quite some.
Yes, that's wonderful. I'll be sure to take that up with my elder council. Do you know anything about these items or the cause of this or way to maybe break it, other than hurling insults?
What do you know about it?
I know I've read a tome on Tyr. Talos, sorry.
These items, what do you like, what do they do? Why not just take them off?
Oh, I am unfortunately cursed with them. I can wield no other weapon or shield, and I cannot, and he's gonna like pull at the armor. I cannot remove this, and unfortunately it is now constricting upon me, in ruining my ability to fight, and I have been getting, I assume, are nightmares for not complying with this god's will.
I must ask, that is a lot of curse. I'm not quite sure exactly how to explain it. How did you come about acquiring all of it?
I am not, or was not until recent, a paladin of the gods. I am a paladin of glory. I fight for glory. I fight to revel in glory and spread my name and my good deeds across the land. Unfortunately, I was put in a position where I had no choice but for the greater good to kill an innocent. Well, a mostly innocent person. And although they allowed me to do it, I could not bear to leave them stuck where they were and had to make a deal in order to give her proper burial. And this is my gift.
So you accepted this gift?
I accepted to the first god that answered.
That, my friend, is brave. And if anything should bring glory upon your name, this sacrifice is one of them. I hope you know that.
I'm afraid there may be many more that must happen now.
Such as?
Well, this armor must be dealt with, and I am not sure that Talos will let me go easily.
All right. Let one of my students check it out for a bit. Maybe just spend the evening with you, and I might be able to get back at you with some information on it.
That is not a problem.
Fine. And you'll see the rest of the group, Chicane, Daharis, the rest of them, walking up, and you see him kind of like wave at someone. And he'll start talking Elven to him, and the person will look at you and kind of look up and down, and then kind of like shrug, and you'll see him. You saw and have, yeah, you saw Cade do this with the armor also, and you could probably assume that they're casting Identify. But it is going to take some time, and at this point, Tipley, you hear a voice from behind you, also some footsteps. Seems like he came from the south and the tree line that you guys came out of. He goes, well, when I heard there's a little tree man up here, or frog man, I wasn't too surprised to see that it was you.
And he turns around.
And when you turn around, and it's the bartender from Bastion, the Elven one.
Oh shit!
I want to hug you, but I can't because you are covered in poison. How fun is that? What? How are you?
Pretty good.
Like he's like shrugging back on that whatever like little blanket thing they were using when he was like on the horse, so we could kind of just go up to the guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head now.
So yeah, you like hold up like a sheet, kind of
like he's like,
I
wrapping
gave him
himself.
a robe to use.
Yeah. So you have a
wrapping
robe and you
himself
put
up
on
in
him.
it.
I mean,
And
it's gonna look like a robe on a little child.
You're gonna look like Baby Yoda, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But like even more so. And yeah, he'll bend over and he'll hug you. And he was like, his name, you'll call him Tabs.
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 Tipley, Tabs, Triffles, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Pygoria, Timor. It's that kind of
so
game.
many T's. So many T's. What are you doing in this forest?
Well, still kind of doing that thing you asked me to do in the first place.
Like he points over to Chicane because I think that's the only one that he would recognize.
Correct.
Still
Chicane, you'll see him.
Kind of
also.
helping that.
Yep. I give him a wave.
The amount of loyalty that is in your little body is astounding. Do you know that?
I mean, okay.
He just doesn't know how to respond to that.
So you, well, what? Why are you all up here then?
Downtime.
Yeah, he basically kind of like has to like run. I think if there's anybody that he would be a little more forthright with, it would definitely be his bartender.
Mm.
This is bartender.
Yeah. He's the one that sent him on this like little journey in the first place. It's like he tells him the things that he understands from his point of view.
So it's like you go from the story that Chicane tells that this is a beautiful, elaborate play, and then this, I imagine, is like a
so there's another asshole.
Like it would be animated in crayons. Like this should be like a like a little flash.
Like all
thing.
the captions are like like the
Mine's
the
Secret of
letters are
Kells.
backwards.
His is like South Park, like cutout pictures.
Exactly.
But like if Legend of Korra was done South Park style.
Yeah. And he pulls out a bottle and hands it to you. He goes, since I've been back, I've just been working on elixirs. Here, please. And yeah, you guys, I'm assuming you have no problem drinking from the bottle.
Oh yeah.
Nothing crazy about it. And I'm so glad to see you up here. I'm so glad to see you making friends. If I relieved you of your duty, would you stick with them?
I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean, kind of in it at this point.
Well, Tipley, I relieve you of your duty and say that you have fulfilled your promise to me full-heartedly. Please.
He just starts taking off running, and just like a little circle comes right back. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know my way out of here.
Fuck you, Magnus.
I thought we were friends.
Nope, he's just here because of this one man.
Like off in the corner, like Magnus is making like a little like friendship bracelet out of his own hair. And it's just like,
does he know about your goals of dragon snoot punching?
if he didn't already know, he would have maybe mentioned it in the story, kind of thing.
Okay.
Because somebody would have asked him, and it probably would have just like repeated certain sections without really thinking it through.
So they asked me this, I said that. Yeah.
Like that would have been that kind of thing, like no filter.
Is it any luck on any dragons? I didn't hear any dragon punching happen in that story.
Well, I did just find out there's maybe one over where the orcs live. Maybe.
I mean, we haven't been out there in quite some time, especially since Daharis has been. Yes.
Kane is going to try and warm herself up by the fire while I take my dog out.
Go for it. There is no fire. but we can.
I get Magnus to make me one.
Magnus, make me a fire in this pouring down rain open field.
Thunder smite the ground. Oh, do I have a flaming smite?
I don't think.
I have branding smite.
Yep. Does it mean branding as in like a hot iron branding, or does it? Let's see. I mean, you know how to make a fire without smashing the ground.
You're telling me none of these like
Astral
fancy
Radiance.
mages?
With Astral Radiance is close enough.
Oh, the mages can. She didn't ask any of the mages.
Yeah.
She goes, Magnus, make me one.
Radiance is like radiant damage is like more just like holy smite light. It's not like fire.
Yeah.
It burns, but more like it burns your soul kind of thing.
And yeah, he when she asked Magnus that if he's within earshot, Tabs said something in Elvish to the elves, and they instantly, like, 3 of them snap their fingers, and 3 separate bonfires are.
I'm trying to remember. Is Tab? Does he appear human? Does he more elf, half elf?
He's full elf. He's full elf.
Okay.
Yep. Which is why he spent all of his time in the bar, because he didn't feel safe walking around the streets of Bastion at the time. And so, yeah, when you talk about Gravas taking over Bastion, because the Gravasian people have no problem with the elves, you see like a look of relief and kind of like actually happy it's kind of like, fuck those guys, they deserve to get what they got. Yeah. Yes, I agree.
King went down like a bitch.
Good. I've been working on some things.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you like where you went off to, because you kind of went, "Hey, can you do this thing?" Okay, cool. And then you went like,
But I had to come up here and make sure that Sindahars was actually that you guys were correct. To make sure that you guys were being 100% truthful, and that he made himself safe up here. And since I've been back up here, I had to I had to step back into my role of it's a weird name, and there's not a proper translation for it, but I make death here would be I believe what you would call it. Do you want to see it?
yes.
Yeah, come on. And he'll start walking you over to the edge of the woods, and you guys go in a little bit, and you see almost like a teepee shape, but made of sticks. There's no animal skin or anything like that that's around it. Just twigs, sticks, branches, leaves.
How big is it?
Not that big. It's big enough for like elves to stand up in the center, but not the whole way around. So,
but like 20 elves, 3 elves,
5 at most.
Okay.
Sitting down might fit in there, kind of touching knees. Yeah. He brings you in there. And, yeah, for sure. And you see this wooden bowl carved out, and you see this kind of black swirling liquid with a little bit of like silver that keeps like kind of emerging, and it seems like it's almost like has a current inside of it. And he's like, man, you know, the stuff that I made back in Bastion was all right, but this is something that I'm truly proud of.
I mean, a couple of guys used to say that you were like a mixologist. This was not what I had in mind.
Typically, you understand elves. We don't exactly die very quickly as much as the other races do.
Uh-huh.
So to experience it, sometimes we have these journeys, kind of like the ones, you know, the elixirs that I would make back there, where it kind of take you to another dimension-ish in your own head. This one allows you to experience the forever rest, except then you come back and it's you're fine. It's a way of meditation almost. It's a very powerful ritual that my people do, and it's yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, minus the dead part. I mean, my tribe and everything used to do kind of like, you know, like ferment random stuff, pass it around, dance around the fire kind of stuff. I guess, I mean, that was a ritual. They get a little altered, but they don't like die. Unless maybe they drink too much.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, no one. You understand you don't actually die by drinking it, right? You just almost experience it.
So what happens? Do you go somewhere? Do you...
Typically, what are you doing tonight? Are you off to go wandering around, journeying to go find dragons, or are you staying here?
Can I roll an insight check? 'Cause this is just the coincidence is catching up in his tiny little brain, so it's more just like,
hey.
Yeah, go for it. Roll.
Magnus wants to die.
Tipley, would you like to experience the little death?
Are you coming on to me?
What is the French for that?
Le Petit Noir.
That's it. There you go.
11, you don't. I mean, it doesn't seem. With your history of him, he is definitely like. I can't remember who it was. I think it was. Cause, which character was it? I want to call him
Kin got high on the stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kin got high on some of his stuff. You definitely know that this guy, in our modern day terms, would be considered like a what's it called, like a tryptonaut, like someone who wants to fucking blast off to the moon to go understand. So this isn't too far-fetched for him.
So this is like the guru at Burning Man kind of thing.
Yeah, this is the guy you come to when you want to learn something about yourself.
Well, I think we're kind of just camping out tonight, so I guess I got a free night.
Well, if you or any of your friends want to experience it, go back and tell them. Come back here and let me know how many holes we have to dig. Quick like a bunny. Go. Takes a while.
Yeah, he's gonna hop over, but he's just like,
okay, this is gonna sound a little weird, and I don't really know how to explain it. Do you remember my bartender from Bastion.
Yes.
Okay, you just gotta come with me. I can't. I don't.
He kind of just walks off, not really knowing
I'm
how to use
curious, so
words.
I'll go with Tipley.
Daharis will give you a look. Do you need me or?
I'm going to see what this is. Otherwise, I'll be back. I
right.
think I'm all right. Thank you, though.
All right. And Magnus, you're going to?
If they don't need, I'll leave the shield and mace. But if they don't need me specifically, he would probably wander.
Okay.
If they don't need me for their little rituals and identifying and examining they're doing.
Oh, the person will follow you. If you actually, by this point, with him going off and talking, the person you see the magical connection that they have to your armor kind of break, and starts talking to Trip. So him, Trip, Daharis are now having a conversation you're free to go with.
So they downloaded the spec sheet. Now they've got to review it.
So out of just out of pure curiosity, do they now have the same info that I have and Kate has?
Yeah.
So they would be aware of the souls requirement?
Correct, yes.
That makes things harder. Okay. I need to start being a little more careful.
So yeah, you can go and talk to your peoples. Or go with them. I mean,
yeah, no, I'll follow. I'll follow
Awesome.
out of curiosity. He needs something else.
Yeah. So you guys walk up to the TP. Magnus, you kind of have to it'd be like a jungle gym. Like it's not meant for you. It's meant for kids size. So you're so you have to kind of wedge in there to make sure you don't knock over this TP. But you guys are greeted by a fire that kind of glows this bluish orange, and then also this bowl that sits in the middle of it with kind of, again, black liquid with a silver shine that kind of runs through it. So did we decide how many of you are taking it, or?
I haven't really explained it because I don't really know how. They haven't agreed to anything yet. They just wanted to see what was up.
Okay. All right. Chicane, how are you? I'm sorry, we shouldn't have just jumped straight into this.
I'm well enough, thank you. It's good to see you again. And yes, I have no idea what's going on. Tipley just said, come this way, and I was curious enough to see what that was.
Okay. And your friend here,
This
Magnus?
This is Magnus.
I'll hold out a hand. Well,
yeah, he'll reach out a hand and he'll shake you. It's very much more like dainty. He's not trying to strong hand you or anything like that. And he goes, all right, well, I tried to explain this to Tipley, and I understand why he brought you here. It's a little bit probably confusing for your ears. What we have here is a hallucinogenic cocktail that will make you experience death in any way that your brain probably perceives it. If you are a man who believes that we go into an empty black void, well, empty black void it is. If you believe that we go off into heaven to be judged by certain gods and then destined for a plane on hell to spend eternity, or maybe a heaven where you get to eat nothing but the sweetest of fruits. And
if we don't know?
Well, it's in there.
I just
somewhere.
point at him
No one truly knows. It pulls out your deepest actual belief to experience death in your own personal way. As elves, we don't really get to experience it on such a frequent basis as you, the rest of you. So we had to manufacture our own that we get to experience in a humbling fashion.
Well, I'd say most of us only get to experience it once and don't get a chance to revel in it later.
Very much so. Some of us do. I'm sure. And he'll kind of think back on it, and he goes, I think some time ago, Tripantia died once and was resurrected. But yeah, some do.
I know that happens, but as someone who comes from what you might understand as poor people in the city, we are not so lucky as to have someone around to bring us back.
I understand. Capitalism, you know.
We live in a society.
Free healthcare up here, so you know if we die, it's just we got all that covered.
Wow, it really is just Canada up here, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I enjoy this.
I understand. It's a scary thought to bring about your mortality in a very upfront reflection. But me and Tipley have had some experiences, obviously not like this, but outer worldly, and I thought I'd offer it to him, and it would be very rude of me to not offer it to you too as well as our guest in this forest.
I will take anything that lets me escape this armor.
If that armor is your personal hell, you might not. Just as a word of advice, it would be wrong of me to allow you to go into this without understanding.
Well, then let's hope it is my heaven instead of hell.
Let's.
That I get to see.
You see him chuck a log onto the fire. And for you, Miss Chicane.
Draw a card.
Huh?
Draw a card.
I have like visibly, you can see like the gears turning and thoughts flipping around in my head, and I take in a deep breath and sigh. Well, the deck of cards I had that could have gone terribly wrong just weren't that bad. So you know what? Sure, let's try this out.
Okay. So 3. Do you have any shovels?
No, this is a shovel-less game.
that's fine. We could.
What are shovels?
Tipley digs holes with his hands, totally fine. So that it's understandable.
Doesn't really help if he's one of the ones that's going in it.
Yeah, but we dig the holes first.
I
then
have
you
my
get
2
in.
nice daggers. I'll help like break up the dirt so it's easier to move.
He looks around.
He kind of look just like touches. He's fucking with it.
All right. Well, you'll see him. He has like 3 wooden cups, and he puts 3 servings into them, and he hands them to you guys, and he goes, "I'll be your guide." It takes about an hour or 2 for it to really kind of kick in. So when you take it, we'll get on to digging the holes and then bearing you guys up to experience your mortality.
Magnus takes it and he'll grab a shield and just start like spade, like just banging it into the ground with like his pauldrons like on his wrists and just like taking huge chunks out of the ground.
Do you guys drink it now or no?
But yeah, Magnus just took it and started digging. He's fed up. He's like, fuck it, I need to sleep.
Gotcha. Tipley?
Like is like the whole thing like the actual prerequisite, or was that like him actually fucking with them?
No, that's yeah, if you're gonna die, you have to be buried. you don't get to die above ground and stay that way. We got to go through the whole thing.
Frogs in nature do that to themselves anyways when they're gonna hibernate, so it's kind of just
yeah, it's normal for you.
Yeah.
Unless, actually, if you want to tell me that you guys have a different way of sending off the dead, but he imagines that everyone
Build
does
the
like the
fire.
Bastion thing, and yeah, like if you need to burn alive, that's fine too. We could do that.
No, I would just take it when he recommended.
Yep, yeah, that'd be.
I
right
like how
away.
I'm the only one that rolled an insight check on this guy.
He's
He's allegedly Tipley's best friend.
He's Tipley's best friend.
I met him. He's good folk.
Yeah.
Magnus is past the point of giving any fucks.
I tried.
All right.
Yeah, so
He's like,
Tipley
it's
will-
this or blowing up more trees.
I will need
Tipley would like to kind of dig a hole that he can kind of like fully submerge in
Mhm.
and like fill it with water.
Okay.
I would help digging Chicane's hole as well.
Okay. Can I get athletics checks from you all? And then if I get constitution saves also from you all. First will be athletics, second will be con.
Con. Is this a save, a check?
Save.
Doesn't really matter.
Save.
9.
For the athletics?
Ooh. Oh no.
Yeah, I have disadvantage.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, that's, yeah.
Tippy's
He
dead
gets
there.
drunk a little too early.
Yeah.
He's just like softly squishing, like punching the ground, like, eh.
Hey, remember that whole bit about bringing people back?
All right. So yeah, you guys are digging your holes.
Constitution saves also 9, so there we go.
All right. There we go. You start to feel a little loosey-goosey. You guys are starting to feel a little a floaty, almost feeling like a weightlessness coming over you. Typically there's a little bit of anxiety that's kind of dripping in on you.
Always having a bad trip.
Yeah. Just not a bad trip, but there's some anxiety. You're like, man, I haven't done anything like this in a while. Where am I about to blast off to, type of thing? Normal stuff.
Yeah, that's just the
Normal
thing, is
stuff.
that like we've talked about before, about like they don't really like pray to gods as much as they do like hero worship.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, where the fuck is he even gonna go? It's just, like, back to that astral sea where Buddy sent him to for like a round or two.
Yeah. So you guys get in your holes. You're kind of just laying there, just because you can't rebury yourself. You're laying in the holes. You start to see Tabs. He starts to lay sticks over you guys, almost in like a makeshift coffin. So you're not fully enclosed, but he is starting to line right above you,
Like a little,
sticks.
like, basket lettuce kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And then he starts just, and you just dirt just starts hitting the sticks, and you got like, there was a little bit of light coming in. The sun was starting to set, and then dirt just starts hitting it, and the light is slowly starting to close out. By now your vision's starting to get a little bit wavy, but then just blackness, and you're left in there with your own thoughts. You can hear talking coming from outside, so you're not like 6 feet deep into it as of yet. But if I get perception checks from everyone. Jesus.
All right.
I am fully aware.
Yeah, 21. 20. Okay.
Read it.
You can clearly hear screaming of Daharis. And then you start to hear the screaming from the other elves. And you start to just hear Tabs just be like, like you can't really hear it because of the fucking dirt. You start to hear talking, and then you just like you can hear the dirt that was above you starting to be dug up. And the first one would probably be Tipley, who is dug up because your hole's tinier than everyone else, and he probably likes you more than everyone. But you see the light starting to come through, the dust is falling on you, and you see like a hand come through the dirt and pull the sticks aside, and he kind of reaches down to grab your hand, and he's just like, Tipley, we need you.
Like, he kind of just like not really making words, or if they're words, they're grung.
Yeah,
And he's just like kind of like that, like weak. You know, like when you kind of just wake up from a deep sleep and you can't make a fist. So it's just like.
Like you're losing like motor functions a little bit, but you're able, and he grabs onto you and he pulls you out of the hole. And as he does, give me a perception check. But as you are kind of looking around trying to get your bearings, he's starting to dig the hole for Magnus to get out. And Magnus, at this time, you see a hand reach in. You're not sure if this is hell or what is really going on. But with your perception, you actually got a pretty good roll, and he reaches in and grabs your hand and pulls you out as well. If I get a perception check from you, and then same thing for Chicane. Tipley was at 11 for your 11 and 9. Got you.
It's a little foggy.
It's a little, yeah.
Another perception?
Yes.
So
please.
the original perception was that knowing if this is our hell or not?
No, the original perception was a sound base to kind of hear what is going on. So you know there's
Cade.
Yeah, we did fine with that one. It's what happens next.
14. So yeah, you guys all get pulled out. Tipley and Magnus, you guys are kind of like, you're kind of swaying a little bit. You're not quite sure what's going on as Daharis runs up, and Chicane, as you get out, you notice that the shield to the city is down. And with a 14, you can see very clearly in the night, since everything is kind of dim, this man on a flaming horse with a flaming lance that just, you see him kind of like rear up on the horse with his weapon as he looks out, as a few demons start pouring out of the city onto the field. And Daharis running up, and he goes, the shield is down. I don't know if we could get everyone out in time. And you see him kind of turn and look right as like a demon that is very much dripping in chains. At the end of the chains are hooks. He doesn't so much has clothes on as much as like everything that is surrounding this kind of humanoid faceless creature are sentient chains, almost like a Doc Ock spreading around him. There seems to be 3 of them as they go out, and you see as one of them entangles Trip in one of their chains. The horseman does not seem to be moving quite at this time. What would you guys like to do?
Is Tipley with it enough to kind of like walk and run and...
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any
how
weapons?
far away? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
How far away is Trip and this chain?
Oh, just you wait. Give me 1 second.
Are we getting a map?
Buddy, I told you I was going to be better. You guys are getting a map. If you look at roll 20.
Oh, what is going on there?
All right. So the big swirly mess over on the left side is where the dome was, but it's now gone. The 3 skulls are your chain boys. If you zoom in a little bit, you'll see on a rock there's a little red guy. That's our dude on the horse. And then, I'm sorry, but there are horrible tokens for you guys. Obviously, in the top center, we have Tipley as the frog. We have the kitty as a kitty, and we have a spade, as in like the ace of spades, as like a deck of cards. Because we thought that you would have the deck of many things, but you destroyed it in the first time using it. So,
but at least I'm not incredibly stupid.
Exactly.
We did just drink a death potion though and let ourselves get buried alive.
I didn't say I wasn't stupid. I said not incredibly stupid.
Okay.
So yeah.
Who are the people with the bows and arrows?
Those are the other elves that were with you guys. The one that is up here in the front, that is Sin Trap, who is entangled in chains as of right now.
Guy, you mean?
Yep. This person right here is going to represent Daharis and Tabs.
They occupy the same space?
Yes, they do. To make things easier for me, they occupy the same space.
I don't really know what because there's no grid on the front, so it's kind of hard to judge distance.
I'll tell you distances.
Okay, is that 40 feet to there or less?
Yeah, let's say it's exactly 40 feet.
Okay. Can I run over and try to like smack the chain off of the guy? Like, is it wrapped around him or?
It's like it's like a anaconda fucking wrapped around him.
Okay.
And the guy, and he's 10 feet away, so he's not he's not like in normal melee distance. You could
I see.
assume that he
Good
can
reach.
be. Yeah. He has reach on it.
Can I kind of get there, run across that chain, and just like try and kung fu the guy in the face, or is that too much movement?
Nope. You may. Oh my God! Who
That's
just
a
popped
good-
that grip? What the fuck? Look at this magic happening. All right. So, if this is actually on a grid, then this guy is here. That guy is there. So you would like to run past that first guy and run over here to karate chop those chains.
Yeah, if I'm able to kind of just get down to this, like this whole section here.
You may, but you will take an attack of opportunity from Mr. Man right there, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay. And if I could get initiative from everybody.
Sure can.
+8.
And then, does anyone have a weapon nearby?
Chicane would have a weapon. Daharis would have a weapon. Tabs would not.
I don't think
I
I
think
would have
you got
had my staff with me. Would I?
Yeah, so I was
Where
like, dude,
Where do you put your staff, Tipley?
Normally he would keep it like on his back, kind of thing. But
Oh, so then you do? Or are you saying you wouldn't have been buried with it?
What do you
I don't
like?
think
Just
he would
put
have
it by
been
the
buried
side.
with it. Yeah, I think it would have been with his stuff. I don't know how much of it he would have brought with him into the tent. So
Gotcha.
I
So
will leave that to you.
either you left it in the tent and it's right there, or you left it somewhere in this area because that's where Trap is.
Oh, okay. So I
So
like picked it off the ground either way, or
yes, yeah.
okay. I would like to have my staff with me then.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Sure thing.
All right, get those dice up. +8. Does 24 versus your AC hit?
Barely.
So as you are running to go and save this council member, the guy that you're trying to run by, you see him kind of make a gesture with his hand to whip out one of these chains, and as it does, it hits you and tries to also wrap around you the same way that you saw Trap get wrapped up. If I could get a athletics DC from you.
For me to escape a grapple?
Correct.
Yeah, so that would be acrobatics for me.
Acrobatics, sorry.
Yeah, just checking.
2d6 + 4. I'm going to roll damage.
Ooh, not great.
And you rolled a 10. All right, so you take 12 damage, and you instantly stop in your tracks as you're running to there. You are now grappled by this chain and restrained. Until okay. Is there anything that you want to yell out before your turn kind of ends?
Is this like happening on my turn, or is this kind of
This-
like the start of? I'm not sure where this is fitting in the realm because we kind of had the same initiative. So
For sure. All right, so let's look at it. What did you guys roll for initiative?
oh crap, I forgot mine.
Did you roll initiative, Tipley? Was that your
13.
Yeah. I got
Was that your 19? Okay. So
5.
5. All right. Well, we know where Magnus goes. So tips.
So it's still my turn, or
Give me 1 second, but I'm
Okay.
gonna write this down.
sure thing.
Tipley, Chicane.
I know there's an initiative counter thing in Roll20. I don't really know how to use it though.
It's all good, man.
This is all because I was throwing fingers at Talos, isn't it?
Shouldn't have pissed him off.
He didn't
I
have
mean,
to be
he's
such
an
a
evil
bitch
god
about
of war, not like a demon guy.
Well, I mean, if he wants to see war, a good way to do that is to destroy that shield.
He does like innocent souls, though. I don't think he's gonna be happy if I feed him an endless amount of demon souls.
The elves are innocent-ish.
Oh, they're very good people.
I know, it makes it so hard to murder them.
Trip.
The one time I'm jealous of murder hobo parties.
And what was it? All right. Cool. All right. So, Tipley, so since you rolled the highest, we'll say that this is part of your turn, especially because we're going by distance and all that stuff.
So am I actually closer to this guy then? Because I didn't make it all the way over there.
Yes. Yeah. Let me move you real quick. So you pretty much, I think you would have been stopped right there. Yeah.
Well, I tried. Since I'm restrained, does that mean I can still attack? Or
so restrained means that your speed bonus becomes 0. Your attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws because you are grappled. So
I'd have to use my action to get out of that.
Yeah, pretty much. Which will happen. Yep.
Which I will try to do.
Okay.
So that would be acrobatics again. Hey.
Ooh, nat 20. Yep. So on your action, you fucking wiggle your way out and just fucking just kind of slide your way out of it.
And as a bonus action, the only thing I can really do is I'm going to try and just jump up and backhand him across the face.
You are, I think, do I have it marked down properly? Okay. Yeah, no, you can do so.
Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry. Your action would have been. Wait, so you said as a bonus action? It's a bonus action. It's a bonus. Sorry. Yes. Go for it.
So, lost my train of thought here. So it's 22.
22. That hits.
And I don't know if it matters. I tried to hit him across the face.
Oh, so yeah, when you say hit him across the face, I'm going to add 2 to their AC to make it a targeted effect. And so, yeah, that works. You still hit.
Okay.
So,
so does he have to roll for Constitution or?
Yes, he does. What's our thing?
I believe he has to beat a 12 for con.
12. All right. He has a +4, 14.
Yep, he beats it.
Cool.
Do you have to pick which aura is active at a time?
I don't know. Do you want me to look it up?
I can look it up while you do that.
Okay.
I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay. It is now his turn.
Great.
And he will
end his entire line.
He will go to attack you.
That's right. Season 2.
Oh, hold on.
Chicane gets kidnapped.
Oh, so as you are, you turned and you backhanded him. Who would be one of Tipley's loved ones?
We talked about this before, where he doesn't really have family.
Right.
It's because it's basically just like all spawning pools. So mom and dad is not really a real concept. He understands it walking into the rest of the world. He just didn't grow up with it.
It also has to be someone who has died or a bitter enemy of yours. It can also be a bitter enemy.
Bitter enemy.
Yes.
I don't think anybody of real importance has died. Not to throw
a bitter enemy doesn't have to die.
Yeah,
it could
what I mean.
Okay.
You said someone that's died or bitter enemy. It's just like
right.
Kin would be interesting in terms of an enemy, though. It could be the giant because he definitely wants to go round 2 with him. So even just bitter, it's more just like he just wants to throw down.
Could it be Talos?
Sure.
I was about to joke
okay.
that.
All right. Can I get a wisdom saving throw from you?
You can try, but it won't go well.
DC's 14.
You don't need to tell me these things.
I mean, it makes it better that way. No one can say I'm fudging shit. All right, you do.
I trust it.
As you like backhand this guy and he turns and he looks at you, you see his face start to turn into Talos. You see the very much the eye starting to go missing. The armor, instead of chains, you see it look more like armor that Magnus himself kind of wears. It definitely looks more like it. That maybe you did threaten the god and he is coming for your eternal soul.
But it did beat the DC, is what you said?
Correct.
So it's just an image at the moment.
Correct.
Okay.
19 versus your AC.
No.
All right. And then that is the end of his turn. Chicane, it is your turn.
Can you ping which one of them has Trip wrapped up?
This guy.
All right. I'll start running as best as I physically can while being high. But I have kind of laser focus on where Trip is being grabbed by this guy. And as I get within 60 feet, I will use vicious mockery at this boy. I'm gonna say it in Infernal too, for a little extra spice.
Boom. All right. Yeah, you can get a direct line of sight if you move right here, so that way you don't have to deal with the rock that's right there. And you can see him. And tell me again, what's the save?
15 wisdom.
15 wisdom. What's these guys' wisdom looking like? What do we got? All right, not doing bad. Spending an eternity in hell gives you some stuff. 10 only though on that save.
All right, hold on.
I was gonna say if he passed it, it's like actually your accent is wrong and it's the way you're supposed to say it.
He actually stops what he's doing to explain to me.
No,
Infernal syntax.
Anyway, apparently I can't have multiple auras.
Okay.
So 5 psychic damage, and then they also have disadvantage on their next attack.
Okay.
And while I'm running, the insults have to do with that. We'll go with something along the lines of not even wanted in hell, so they got kicked up here.
Ooh, you could even cut that shit down below. All right. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
I only have one action if I'm casting, so
okay.
I have double attacks if I get close enough to do some slashing.
Gotcha. All right. So this guy currently has him. Oh, and then it is the start of his turn. Can I get another wisdom saving throw from you, Tipley?
Sure can.
You guys sure love not fighting on top of the paladin.
They had to rush in and be heroes. You guys are a bunch of fucking heroes. You can't expect them to be like, well, let's wait for... we never talk about battle tactics, but let's wait for him.
I didn't say I would run as close as possible. I said as soon as I hit 60 feet, I would stop and curse him to get him, distracted, or use vicious mockery to hurt him. But then I would, stay back a second while I wait for my buddies to help out.
Tipley, you see him turn into a very small version of the giant that recently beat you over at the Crow Queens. You see him kind of like growl and gurgle at you, and then you see him whip his club at you, but out extended from the vision of the club, you see a chain try and hit you. 24 versus AC.
Hits.
Can I get a escape DC of 14 from you?
Ooh.
12. All right. You are currently grappled in his chain. So now you guys see not only is this guy in the center whipping a chain around Trip, he's also whipping a chain around Tipley. No one else sees him as an ogre, just our little boy Tipley here. And then it will be Magnus, your turn.
All right, so
sorry. Let me roll the damage first. I completely before I do that. 2d6 plus 4. It's a little bit useful. There we go. 9 damage to Tipley. All right, sorry. Go for it, Magnus. You are a little kitty.
How far is it to get to Tipley?
5, 10, 15, 20 feet to stand behind him.
I want to be beside him.
Okay. All right. So you're right there.
Okay. What's this dipstick in front of me doing?
He is
oh shit, hold on. Wait.
Oh.
Can I undo real quick?
Undo.
Where the fuck is my shield and mace?
I guess did you also not
I left
bring
them
it?
with the people.
Okay.
Remember they were
yes
researching them.
So if our boy right here is one of the guys who's communicating it, I'll say that they're probably right here.
Is Daharis next to me?
Yes, right now Daharis and the other guy are next to you, Tabs.
Does it cost me any actions or anything to just kind of like grab his sword, his dagger from him or sword?
I could say it's a bonus action. I'm not big on like drawing and withdrawing weapons as the full action. So yeah, we could say as a bonus action, it would that's it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab his sword.
All right, so yeah, as you reach over to Daharis, you grab his sword out of his hand that he had clutched, and as you do, instead of feeling like a sharp blade in your hand, you feel the cold, shitty feeling of holding onto your sword and shield as they both just pop into your hands and out of his.
Perfect. Now I'm going to move forward.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
that's a good move.
Yeah, having your weapons.
Right,
that's kind of was like, no one can actually take my weapon. As long as I can find a weapon, I have my weapons.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for the prison scene where you do this, where they're like, no weapons in here. You're like, oh, fucking fine with me, bud.
Right, like who fucking tried to stop me? I can't even stop me.
Yeah.
They like give me like a butter knife to like cut dinner with, and it's just a fucking mace.
Also, remember, it's been 2 weeks now, so
I know.
Okay.
Disadvantages. Cool. I'm on. Yep, I already did earlier.
All right.
You're lucky I'm a chungus. I'm standing next to Tipley within 10 feet then.
You're standing. Yep, you are. Well, you're 5. Yeah, you're within 5 feet of Tipley and the bad guy is what you asked for.
So Tipley, you have Aura of Protection and Aura of Clarity.
Tell me what that does.
So as long as you're within 10 feet of me, you get +2 to all saving throws. And then as long as you're within 10 feet to me, you get +5 to your walking speed. As long as you start your turn near me. Until the end of turn.
Do those take actions to cast or no? Or are they just
they're permanent, always on, as long as I'm conscious.
Ooh. Okay.
What's the radius?
Actually, Alacrity works even if I'm unconscious.
Okay.
What's
You're
the radius?
A glowing body.
Both of them are Alacrity is 5 feet and Protection is 10 feet.
Okay.
And then you also would, I don't know, talking at some point you would know that I'm good at protecting people, so as long as you're within 5 feet of me, I can also protect you with my shield or do stuff. So standing near me is good. Let's swing at this dipstick in front of me though.
Go for it.
$10.
10 is a miss.
He takes a swing at him. Doesn't quite. You could see that Magnus is definitely like tightened up. His armor is like squeezing him. He can't move that well.
Yeah, it seems almost like rusty armor of when he goes to hit it. It's kind of like pausing your hits as you come down. You do strike the guy, but it doesn't seem to do anything. You hear the clang off of his chains as you do it. At this point,
Clang, clang, clang goes the trolley.
The big boy, it's now Trip's turn, and he will take 2d6 straight. Yeah, 2d6 straight damage. So you see him just fighting through the chains. The chains seem to be cutting him up. 4 damage. And he will use his action to try and free himself. And he crit fails, and he just fucking hits the floor. It is now.
Oh, no.
It is now this guy's turn. He will also hit him. Maybe we'll see.
Hey, to Horus, we're gonna need another sin over here.
18. Yep. So now this guy on the bottom wraps his chains around him, and now there's like 2 chains that are fucking wrapping him up. 2d6 plus 4. 9 damage. All right, and then this big boy, the guy on the horse, you see him. He's kind of looking around the battlefield. He sees Tipley. Tipley, are you currently in chains? You are, right?
Yes.
Yeah, from that guy. Gotcha. And you'll see this guy come up into you. And again, it is this man in big, intimidating black armor. He has a spear that is made of just pure flames. His horse's mane, eyes, mouth, hooves are just pouring flames as he rides up to you. And that isn't a fiend within 60 feet. You hear him let out this kind of thunderous hell roar. If all of you can give me a charisma check, please.
And I have +2 because of
Yes.
Leonin. Okay.
Is that a regular charisma or a saving throw?
Saving throw.
Okay.
DC is 17.
Nope.
Ugh.
$17.
All right. If it meets, it beats. So he lets out this thunderous, just demon roar, and the only person who can really understand it is Chicane, but he is calling for the blood of the innocent to run deep into this grassy field. And you see him lift his Hellfire Lance and go to attack Tipley. Tipley, with you being restrained, attack rolls against the...
Sure, it's with advantage.
Yeah, he has advantage.
I'm going to use my reaction to impose disadvantage.
Okay. Can you read that to me, please? Just, I'm not sure if it's all of his attacks or if it's just one.
Wielding a shield and a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll.
On the attack roll. So is it a pure reaction? Is that what it says?
Yeah, it's just one reaction.
Okay, so you can do this to one of them. So the first one, since it's advantage and disadvantage, it counters it. So it's just one straight attack. 12 versus AC.
Nope.
All right, so these next 2 will have advantage. So 29 hits, I'm assuming. And
I would actually assume that it would be all the attacks.
Would it be all the attacks?
Because they're happening like and he's moving the shield in front of that. But when you take an attack action, it does it kind of like all at once. So you're kind of doing like crisscross kind of thing. Not
I think
so
you actually...
I would assume they would be all of them.
I think you can break them up, but For right now, if I can't look it up, I'm going to give you the benefit. So we'll say the first roll of each of those. So it would be 29 and 19 versus AC. I think only the 29 hits, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, actually, I can do something with my reaction though on his first miss.
Okay.
But do your damage first, and then I'll do my thing.
Okay. So the damage is 1d12. So yeah, you see him kind of raise up. Magnus kind of like uses his shield to block it. For the first one, the second one hits you. 1d12. Here, if I just, oh my god, look how much easier that is. +5. Now I can't see what I rolled. Well, okay, so you rolled a 9. So you feel the actual like spear touch you, and you're used to, you know, being in martial combat and having weapons hit you, but then you feel this fire from inside of you kind of erupt from the hole, and then you feel an additional burst of 3d10 plus nothing fire damage.
Jesus fuck.
I need a new character.
And that will be 12 damage of fire damage that hits you.
Wow. Okay, that's a thing.
You're
Ow.
moist. You're not resistant to fire damage?
Is it even really fire as much as like infernal smiting?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
It's like summoning the depths of hell inside of your body.
Lovely. So I was going to use my reaction on one of his misses.
Okay.
So I got to spend a key point. When a creature misses you with a melee attack roll, you can spend 1 key point as a reaction to cause that attack to hit one creature of your choice.
Okay.
So I will make him hit the other guy because fuck him.
So what do I need to roll?
Nothing. It just hits.
Oh, okay. So he hits the guy behind him.
Let me
read it again for me.
When a creature misses you with a melee attack roll, you can spend 1 key point as a reaction to cause that attack to hit one creature of your choice, other than the attacker. The way I read it is that it hits.
Man, weird. Okay, so let me. What's the name of it?
Tipsy Sway.
Tipsy Sway.
Yep. Because he's a drunken master. So
right. What is it listed under? Is it under your spells or your features? I'm assuming
it would be actions or features, reactions.
Let's see. Tipsy Sway. All right, Tipsy Sway misses you with the melee attack. As a reaction, it causes the attack to hit one creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet. So, the attack. Let's see, I'm not sure if his attack has range. Then I'm like, hell yeah. Lance plus 10. It is 10 feet. Okay, so I think he actually can reach the guy who is north of you.
Okay.
So the one that, not the one that has you in chains, but the one up there.
I think the idea is that like the Tipsy Sway drunken master thing is kind of like, whoa, like move you aside over here kind of thing and into this guy. I don't think it necessarily counts movement, but
right. Well, I was going to say he's not close enough to hit that guy.
Yeah.
But he is close enough because his Hellfire Lance has plus is a like it's a range. A reach weapon, so he's fine. So yeah, he hits that guy and he will do all that damage to him. That one, and then 3d10. So what did we get? We got 16 and 13. All right, and then back to Tipley. Your turn. You didn't succeed that roll. Actually, I'm sorry, Tipley. It's not your turn. The horse rears up and kicks you, or tries to kick you rather. 16 AC. You dodge out of the way. It ain't you're suspicious of horses ever since no animals
Is
love
that
you.
with
So.
advantage?
No, it is not. Thank you. 14. All right, Tipley, it is now your turn. And you didn't succeed on that save throw. Am I remembering that correctly?
Which one?
The one that I had you cast when he got in your guys' face. I had all of you do a save throw. I think you did 14.
Yeah. Okay.
Chicane did 13. Magnus did 17.
Sorry, there's just a whole bunch of them trying to keep track.
I know. Tipley and Chicane, you guys are both frightened of this hellspawn creature on the horse. Do you guys know what frightened does?
No, can you explain?
So you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, and you cannot move closer to it.
So right where I'm standing that's where I'm going to be standing now?
Yes.
Okay. That's all right. That's still within 60 feet.
Yep. Unless you break that line of sight with those trees right there, then yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
It's my turn, you said?
Yes, it is.
So I'm going to use my action to use my monk's stillness of mind to end one effect on yourself that is causing you to be charmed or frightened.
Okay, perfect.
Let's make sure I actually spend the key point. But I'm still grappled and I can't.
And restrained, yeah.
Well, it's restrained, right? It's not just both.
It's both. It is fucking both. Target is grappled and restrained, yeah.
Okay.
And also at the start of your turn, sorry, you're going to take 2d6 damage. The chains have hooks in them that kind of hooks into you. So boop, 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 boop. 2d6.
Oh, only 3.
Only 3. Now it's your turn. Now I allow you to play.
Oh, I see. I don't even know what I could do at this point. Because I used my action, so all I have left is my bonus action, which is not much. I should have used it to get out of that. Oh well, I already did it. I am going to use a key point again to.
Oh, sorry. Can I get a? I'm sorry. There's God. Why did I make this so complicated? You are allowed to try and escape at the beginning of your turn. No,
sure, but that takes an action, right?
Right. Yes. I'm sorry.
I used my action to use stillness of mind, so I can't.
You can't.
The only thing I can do right now that won't just take me right out would be patient defense, which is a bonus action, which imposes dodge. So until my next round, I'm just imposing disadvantage, which for some of these would be bringing it back up to normal.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do.
So it's going to be this guy's turn. He just got hit with the big old attacks. I just remembered that. Okay, so yeah, he got hit. 13 and 16.
Do our elf buddies not have turns?
You don't worry about them. Don't worry about those guys. Dahars doesn't even have a weapon. You fucking stole it from him. Dahars, go in there and it's.
What about our death potion wizard guy?
He doesn't know. He's not a martial man. He's a fucking. He's a dude that likes
to could have gone and gotten his weapon.
Yeah, he could run. That's true. Hey, royalty of this land, go run into the devil spawn main area to pick up your weapon.
These two goons back here.
Don't worry about them.
Don't
worry about them. They're not actually armed, but God, Roll20, when you type in elves, all of them have weapons. it's fucking silly. All right,
like martial, like racist action going on there.
I know. Some stuff I'd expect from Magnus, you know what I'm saying, but not from Roll20.
Hey now.
From one of those kitty half-bloods.
So this one is an attack against Magnus with the chain whip, and we got our 11 versus AC.
No dice.
No dice. All right, he will go again. 25 versus AC. Magnus?
That does hit.
Okay, all right, cool. And then if I could get your escape attempt for grappling, DC 14.
What is that?
Grappling is
To escape it. Is that...
Yeah, to escape it is, sorry, Tipley, what is yours, something special or no?
It isn't. It's just I think it's typically acrobatics, especially when you're. Oh, actually, that's the thing ooh, that may actually change something. I think because I'm small, I technically would have had advantage, or they would have had disadvantage on some things because of that. That may not be true in this version. I gotta look that up, actually. I mean, it's already happened, so I'm not going to go back and like try and relitigate it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I just apparently I discovered I have counter charm. I didn't know what that was or what it did, but I would have had to cast it my next turn anyway. So
make a strength athletics check or dexterity acrobatics to get out of grapple. So athletics, I'm assuming, is better than your acrobatics.
Yes.
Yep.
So strength and athletics?
No, strength is athletics. Sorry. So athletics gets its bonus from strength. So just roll the athletics bonus.
So do I get a choice between athletics and acrobatics?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah.
Fuck. Disadvantage on athletics, but higher plus, or acrobatics with no disadvantage.
Listen to your heart.
Fuck it. We're gonna do athletics. He wouldn't. It's not Magnus. Acrobatics isn't. That's for showing off.
You got to flip out of in your armor.
9.
9. All right. Or is it
11? Sorry.
11?
It'll be 11,
okay.
24. Because
the chain whips around your armor, and you feel one of the hooks just grab into the armor and really kind of sink in. 2d6 plus 4. All right, you take 10 points of damage. And then Chicane, your turn.
and so with the frightened, I can't move, but it's fine. It's just checking.
You can move. You can't move closer to him.
Okay. Well, then I wouldn't do anything because I can see him right now. That stone isn't in the way.
You can see him. Actually, no. Let's say, yeah, it's blocking your vision. You're good.
Tipley look like, by the way.
It would Tipley right there. Oh,
I need to be able to see him. Can I move
okay.
one left?
Yes.
To be able to. Okay. So I just want to be able to see him.
Yep.
So then I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers. So that's in a cube of 5 feet. I'm going to do it basically just right around him. It does 44 slashing damage when he either enters the space, but since I did it right where it was, it hits him when his turn starts. So unless he's going to disappear and reappear somewhere, pretty much guaranteed as soon as his turn goes around.
Gotcha. And there's no saves on that, right? It's just automatic. Yep. That's what I have.
This is one of my favorite ones when I play a bard. Is like, all right, I'm stuck somewhere and I gotta hit them.
So at the start of his turn, he'll take the damage. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will.
Do you have any bonus actions?
Huh?
Any bonus actions?
I don't really. And actually, it's 64 because I'm using a 3rd level.
Ooh.
I thought your inspiring stuff was all bonus actions.
I've kept meaning to talk to Char about that because I'm technically a jester, but it's also bard. We never worked that out.
Does the jester thing have it or no?
It doesn't list it, as far as I recall.
Okay, we could talk about it later.
Yeah, it's not on the list, but and then there's other things I got for picking jester, so I didn't want to like OP overload on something.
Whoa. Oh, no, it's all good. Okay. Anything else that you're going to do?
Yeah, my only other thing is 2-weapon fighting, which I have, but I'm not fighting anyone with my daggers.
So you take out. You already have your 2 daggers. You take out
I'm
like a.
holding them.
Yeah,
But
I
right
know.
now, I'm
Yeah.
summoning daggers in the
But
meantime.
yeah, you pull out a magical dagger, you throw it in the air, and it lands right at his feet, and then just like ninjutsu, just a cloud. There's now daggers just whipping all around him, flying around like little flying saucers, cutting him up. Anything else that you're going to be doing?
No, that's it for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I will actually like just otherwise ready my daggers as soon as I can slash at someone.
All right. Yep. All right. So it's that guy's turn.
You guys, it's not looking good for our little froggy hero.
What?
I'm trying to help.
How does Tipley look? Like, what kind of shape is he in?
Well, Tabs did say that we were going to experience mortality. That looks to be imminent.
How imminent does it seem?
Out of 59 hit points, he has 9.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Unfortunately,
he
I'm
got
not
half
sure
up.
his healing word, so I can't do anything until I could actually touch him.
All right, so 2 attacks against well, 1 attack so far. 26 versus AC on cause. I actually think there's advantage on that also because you're restrained right now.
Yeah, 26 definitely hits though.
Okay. And all right. So yeah, again, 2 more chains come and hit you and wrap around you. Can I get 2 more DC checks? 14 for grappling.
18.
18. Okay.
18.
All right. Sorry, say that again. What was it? 13 and 27?
No,
Or
18 and 13.
18 and 13. Okay, so one of the chains wraps around you, but both of them did hit. That will be boop, boop. All right, so you'll take 20 points of damage. And then it is your turn. You have 2 chains wrapped around you.
Like the wrapper, or
yeah. And then you take 8 points of damage at the beginning of your turn.
The chains wrapped around me does what?
It restrains you and grapples you.
What does restrain mean? And grapple?
All right, so restrained. Well, let's start off with grapple. Grapple means that your speed becomes 0 and you cannot benefit from any bonuses of speed. You are also, which is pretty much it. You're not able to move. You're just kind of stuck there.
Cool.
But restrained means that again, you cannot move. Any attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Okay, but I can still attack.
Nothing says that you can't attack.
All right. Well, either way, I'm going to cast Lay on Hands on Tipley.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I'm kind of fuckered for this fight, so we're just going to dump the whole 35 on him.
All right.
Oh, really?
Yep, you get 35 hit points back.
Wow.
Nice.
That was a huge help.
You
just see this sort of like almost like mushy little frog dude just go like the Popeye just ate a spinach thing.
My Lay on Hands looks like anymore. But...
yeah, it actually, all of your kind of radiant stuff has a little bit of a dark tinge to it. So as you kind of reach out, but actually right now you're fighting him pretty good. You are suffering and sacrificing your body to make sure that you're not doing anything evil. So for now that it's been 2 weeks, the first time that you've really used something holy instead of this dark armor or this kind of darkish necrotic tinge, it actually does look like holy light as you reach out and touch Tipley's little head.
I was kind of half expecting the quickening from Highlander, where it's just like the lightning orgasm. and they get
Yeah, for sure. Anything else that you're doing, bud?
Hold on.
Is that an action or a bonus action to do that?
This is unfortunately a full action.
Yeesh.
We're gonna, as a bonus action, we are going to Daunting Roar.
Okay.
Creatures of my choice within 10 feet that can hear me must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw DC 15 or become frightened of me until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
So do all the enemies.
Spells and magic. Here, let me look at your sheet real quick to make sure if this resistance falls in on it or not. Is it a spell or is it just an action?
It's a bonus action. I roar.
What was the name of it again?
Save 15. Daunting Roar.
Daunting Roar. Okay, it's not in your spells, so I think it's just
It's a
a...
bonus action. It's a feat, technically.
Okay,
class
perfect.
or a racial feature.
Awesome. I just didn't want to give these guys advantage. So does that hit all of them? How many feet was it again?
Any enemy within 10 feet.
Oh, 10 feet. Okay.
So
So,
it's just like
yeah, that
these
hits
two guys.
those. It technically also hits that guy because there's only one square in between them, so he's within 10 feet. So we'll do top, left, and then big guy, and then horse.
Okay.
Tell me again what I need to save. What
DC 15.
for what? What ability?
Oh, Wisdom.
Wisdom. All right, so +4 for him, and do. Bow, 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 bow. Two. Okay.
That's all I got. Typically carry me.
Left. And then big guy, and then horse. So did any of them beat that? I don't think they did. I got 12, 9, 8, and 6. So I don't think any of them beat it, right?
Nope.
All right. So what was the effect again?
Just feared now.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
So even though we're restrained, where they would have advantage, they would have disadvantage from the frightened. It's now just flat, right? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, I don't think frightened.
No, frightened means they can't move toward. They can't take any.
Oh,
action.
yeah, I can't move
They
towards
have
you.
disadvantage.
Yeah. And then they have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the sword. Yep. So they do. They do
Yeah,
have
so-
disadvantage on attack rolls and disadvantage.
But it would be flat because they have advantage on the restrained.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's still a good move.
Yeah, it's a great move. All right. Is that the end of your turn, bud?
That's the end of my turn.
All right. So this guy, Trap, is sitting down there, not looking too good. He's going to try and use his action to get out.
This magic guy can't do the magic.
He's trying to get out of his restraints, and he just rolled like a nat one. I think maybe for 2 turns in a row.
Bad news bears.
Hella bad news bears. So that's his. Now we're doing
Another one died.
big bad guy. All right, so he's gonna do his 3 attacks onto Tipley.
I will impose disadvantage on one of them.
He already
Okay.
has disadvantage.
Oh,
well,
okay.
actually, that's the
So-
thing because he has frightened, and then Tipley's still dodging.
Oh, so
He has
Is
double
it-
disadvantage, so we should have disadvantage then, right?
yeah,
It
I'm
depends
just
how you want to rule that. A lot of DMs will probably just take that as like it's flat because there's 2 things rather than just bothering with trying to keep which end of the integer it is.
That's a triple negative. Come on now.
let's see. Okay, so yeah, there's no stacking. If you have advantage or 2 different sources or more, it's just you just have regular.
Mhm.
All right, so just basic regular attacks, nothing special.
Save your reaction for something else.
20 versus AC.
No.
If it meets, it beats, right? Or no? Do you have?
That is true. It's just that it's not high enough.
Oh, okay. 29 versus AC.
Yeah.
18 versus AC. No.
No.
All right.
You can see my AC.
Yeah, but then I have to like click off of Magnus to look over at you.
I mean, I can understand he is very sort of L'Oreal picture perfect.
Well, I've been jumping from both of you guys to try and fucking get this. Where is it? Where's my 1D?
It's like a 1d12 or something, I think it was.
Yeah, it's a 1d12. +5. And then the 3d10.
Sorry, what was the final number there? It was 13 and then...
There's a 3d10. So it is 27.
Oof. Pretty lucky about that heal. Not that it's going to help me. I would like to use my reaction again to try and direct his flow into the other goon.
Okay.
So it's the same thing where it's just it hits that guy instead of hitting me.
So we'll do that and then that.
Does he also get the 3d10 on that, or is it?
Oh yeah,
that's a choice he does. Okay.
Nope. That's the hit. Them's the. All right. It is now bottom guy's turn, and he will hit Tipley. This was the one guy that didn't get affected by the roar, because he was out. He's still out of range for it anyways, but
it's still just a flat hit because dodge.
Because you have dodge. Yep.
Yeah.
24 versus AC. So that's another. Can I get another save for your restraints?
Yep, and I get a +2 on that still. Sorry, this is
+6. The horse trying to trample you.
Fuck him.
23 versus AC.
Yes.
So the same thing with this guy. You feel the hoof like come down and hit you, and then from that mark, you feel a burst of flames come out of it as well, as it kind of just neighs. So 2d8 +4.
But at least I'm not extra grappled.
So 16 for your first hit. And then the burst of flames is 2d6. Five damage.
Out.
Out. All right. You guys see Tipley hit the ground. And as he does, you see all the chains that have been wrapped around him suck into the guys, and they turn their focus over towards Magnus.
And just to be fair, are all those chains doing damage on me now, or is that the start of my turn where I'd be doing death?
It's at the start of your turn, but since you are incapacitated out of your turn, the chains are retracted back. You cannot be grappled. I don't know why, but as soon as I think it says grappling ends. Let me just double check.
On
yep. If the
stat block thing.
The condition ends if the grappler. Oh, if the grappler is incapacitated. Sorry, you are still wrapped up in these chains, and you take the 3 sets of damage. I'm sorry.
Which means, I think I die instantly.
I also believe, since it's 3 sets, I do believe you are dead. You guys see Tipley hit the ground and see him just kind of torn asunder by these hooks on the chains as his body gets kind of dragged forward underneath the hooves of the stomping nightmare horse.
I'm just kind of picturing that anime style, like the silhouette where it's just like where he is and then it just goes
but there's a horse stomping on him.
Yeah. Charlie the Unicorn kind of style, just rolls in from the side, just stomp, wanders back.
Yes. And As that happens, where did I write it? Okay, chicane. Actually, sorry. So that would have been Tipley's turn. Tipley's turn ends. Front guy up here takes 2 attacks against you, Magnus. With disadvantage, I believe, or does he gets to do a save right now? Correct?
No, to the beginning of my turn.
At the beginning of your turn. Okay. At the start of his turn, is there a loved one from your past that has died?
Oh, the end of my next turn. My bad.
Oh, Tipley. Tipley. Is there a loved one besides Tipley that has died from your past?
For Magnus?
Correct. Yeah.
Probably his father.
His father. You see this guy right in front of you turn into a spitting image of your father. Can I get a wisdom saving throw from you?
No.
No. You are now terrified of this creature. You guys are both scared of each other.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, for sure. But you're attached to his chain, so he can't really move away from you, and you can't move into him anymore. You guys are face to face, anyways. But we
get 2 guys like shouting at us, "You want to go, bro? You want to go?" But they're kind of just like that kind of thing.
Come on, bro. 24 versus AC.
That hits.
Magnus tries to take his armor off over his head, but just...
The second attack, 12 versus AC. So again, the chains go and wrap around you. Do you know how many sets of... I think you only have, what, 1 set of chains on you?
So far. This will be 2.
All right. So if I get that escape DC from you.
I'm surprised no one made
11.
a croak joke yet.
Yeah, so you see him, he doesn't even like use his hands to wrap around you. They come off of his body to wrap around you, and yeah, another set sinks its hooks in. That is his turn, and then it is now Chicane, your turn.
The skull in front of the kitty cat is the one that has all the chains. Magnus?
I believe so. I think he's the only one that actually has chains on Magnus. Magnus, it's at the end of your turn that they get to roll for No More Fear, correct?
End of my turn, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, I think I will cast Fairy Fire.
On Big Man?
I can do it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's
for like 20 square feet, so or for a cube. So I think I could possibly get all 3 of these dudes.
I believe so, and it will be a dex save. And then you'll have advantage on attacks if they don't, and your spell DC is 15 still? Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll do the big guy first. Okay, that's what I was wondering. So the first guy with Dex +5. He has advantage on it. He hit 12 at the highest. Does that work or no? No,
15.
It doesn't. I already know that. I already said it out loud. Big dummy. And then these guys also have it. So we'll go top guy and then side guy. But they only have +2. All right, so advantage 17. So he hits, and then the next 2. The next guy hits it. All right, so boss man over here and that guy, and then also I think with the 25, 10, 15, yeah, so you can also hit the guy on the bottom, so he'll do his roll.
Because of the rock.
Yeah, it's a cube, so yeah, you'd still be able to hit him. He beat it on the first one with 15.
Those two we now have advantage on.
Yep. All right. Anything else?
No, that was my action.
Okay. All right. Guy number 2 is trying to remember. I'm pretty sure he's frightened, but he is within 10 feet of Magnus, so he'll do his not 10 attacks. He'll do his 2 attacks. 18 versus AC.
Miss.
23 versus AC.
Hits.
All right. If I get that wisdom saving throw. I'm sorry, I said wisdom, but it's
Athletic.
Yeah.
14.
14. If it meets, it beats. So you're not grappled by it. It comes down, it hits you, it does the damage. 2d6 plus 4. But you're able 12 damage, but you are able to shake it off and make sure that that hook doesn't sink into your armor. And then it is your turn.
So am I still chained?
Yes. Graham. We finally lost him.
Method acting. He's laying on the floor right now.
Really got to get in the tip. He's also trashed.
You're not drunk enough or dead enough for this.
I mean, fuck it. I'm gonna at least try to take one of these bastards out with me. Can I only hit the guy in front of me, I guess?
Yes, correct.
Let's smash him with a hammer.
Okay. $20 hits.
No, hold on. Yep, 20.
Oh, yep.
All right, 20 hits. I actually hit something.
You hit something. All right. Are you doing anything fancy with it?
Yep. 6 regular damage. So it'd be 4d8 radiant damage.
4D. Oh.
$18.
18. All right. From the additional damage that he has been taking from the big boss man, every time Tipley kind of dodged an attack and made it hit a friend, you bring your hammer up and you crush it into his head, and you see this kind of beam of light come from its head, especially right now because you guys are still just tripping balls. You just see this like unicorn of light just like explode from it, and then you see it fracture into his body, and then you see him just kind of crumble into a pile of like hard stone flesh right in front of your feet. And I believe you're now escaped from one of the grapples. I'm not sure how many you have.
I had 2.
2. Okay.
Fuck. I can't reach red guy. And that was my action. Son of a bitch, I should have done that as a bonus action. Son of a bitch. I don't think I have any bonus actions or anything else I can do.
Anything else?
Actually,
Ooh.
oh fuck, that doesn't help me. Yeah, we're gonna Shield of Faith me.
Okay.
Which gives me +2 to AC. For the...
Ooh. All right.
Oh wait, sorry, was I feared?
You were feared.
Okay, can I switch up to heroism instead?
Sure.
I forgot about because I had to roll disadvantage on attack anyway. I forgot about the fear. Yeah, I'm gonna do heroism, so I cannot be. I'm imbued with bravery. I'm immune to being frightened, and I get temporary hit points equal to my spellcasting ability modifier at the start of each of my turns.
Cool.
That would be it.
All right. So now my guys roll for seeing if they're not feared anymore.
I think it's just. I think they're done now.
Oh, okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So they are done. And so it is there
Until the end of your next turn. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's just until end of next turn.
Gotcha. You see this guy kind of move around the rock. You see this guy kind of move one space closer. We will do the attacks from this guy first onto you. How is Magnus looking right now?
36 hit points. He's roughed up, but he is still standing kind of strong here.
All right, 22 versus AC.
Meets.
And okay, so that one misses. So he takes 13 points of damage.
Oofa.
All right, and then now it is this guy's turn. And he'll do first attack with advantage. 25 versus AC.
Definitely hits.
28 versus AC.
Definitely hits.
Okay. And then 26 versus AC.
Yes.
Yep. So you see him kind of rear the spear back. Actually, you don't see it. Chicane sees it from behind you. You're kind of facing forward at these two guys. The guy you just kind of split open. And 1d12 plus 5. So 15 damage. How is he looking?
8.
8. All right. Well, this fucking doesn't do it. And then 6. So then
2.
Now from beside you, you weren't even really seeing it. You see the spear. Chicane sees it. You feel the spear enter into you. And then instead of blood coming out, this kind of lava flow comes out of it. Then the second attack of 14 damage goes out again and strikes you. And then dead. And then the lava flow of 9 damage again comes out, doing 9 more damage. And he will, instead of just like leaving you alone and going towards Chicane, he kind of turns and looks at Chicane and just, you're next, and then fucking stabs you again with it.
Asshole.
Yeah, for sure. He's not a nice guy. Think that will probably outright kill you as you lay. Chicane, your turn.
Frantic screaming.
Call it? Like,
Huh?
so should we just call it? Because I'm not surviving 4 big dudes.
You have to experience it.
All right.
I've seen that meme. What is?
Just gonna leave that one where it is.
So I see both of my compatriots. Are there any elves still alive?
Yeah, Daharis and Tabs are standing behind you.
From where I am, I'm gonna do Cloud of Daggers again on big red guy.
Okay.
$15.
15 damage. All right.
And while I didn't scream, there's definitely like just sweat and just panic.
Do you say anything to Daharis?
Wait, he's behind me?
Yeah, he's behind you, about 10 feet back.
Yeah, so I'm even
program.
I'm probably like taking a couple steps back, like as I cast that, and like I yell to him, like,
he's right.
All right. Well, I'm probably still gonna yell.
Still yell.
Anyway,
Yeah, you can still yell.
But I'm gonna be like, we should retreat.
You would see him look. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. He goes, where could we go? They'll hunt us. And then right as he says that, 2 chains come whipping at you. As he screams your name. Chicane. 18 and 20. Do those hit?
That's all my hit points. Oh wait,
what? No, that's just AC. That's just AC.
Ooh, hold on.
God damn, that would be some hits.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they both hit.
Okay.
I'm the baby ragdoll that stays behind.
Yeah. No, I get it. 2d6. 4. 14 damage.
That puts me at 24. No, wait. Yep.
Okay. 7 damage. And then big bad guy runs up to you to attack.
Does he now?
Yeah. Oh, can I get your 2 athletics or acrobatics checks to see if you're grappled from those chains?
Or did we find out that they excite you?
Yeah, you're immune to my immunities are chains.
I mean, I have resistance to fire, but like, I don't think this kind of fire is going to be that gentle.
15, 14. I think you beat both those, Kate. He attacks once, he misses. He attacks twice. Does 17 hit your AC?
Yes.
Okay. And then 21 will. Again, you'll see him. You turn and look at Daharis's eyes is just like is one wavy, but also you could see that he is tears, fear is just running through him.
Tears for fears?
Tears for fears. 2 damage and then 16 damage.
I'm at -1.
You're at -1. So you, as you get stabbed, you like look and you see Daharis. Daharis is holding Tabs as you turn and look back at the devil, or not devil, demon. Do you have any last words for him?
Ours?
Anyone before you're laying there?
Looking at the both of them, just like, gurgling like last breath, like I just say run.
And then boom, he just stabs you right in the center of the chest. You guys experience a kind of weightless darkness. And then you start to, after a couple of days of just experiencing nothingness, You start to smell sulfur and ash, and then you start to smell burning flesh as light starts to get shown. And you guys, it feels like you're being reborn, but it's hot, and you can't see anything, and you can't smell anything, you can't taste anything. And then eventually like slits in your eyes open up, and you see that you are all in this wave of oceans of like flesh that's just being twisted. There's no like features on anyone. You can't see all the fingers on hands or what race that they are, but you can tell that you are in hell, just stuck there. You're not sure if it's because you died from the demon or if this is where you are forever meant to be.
So the mosh pit of a Guar concert.
Yeah, exactly. You resemble like a molten mass of flesh with vaguely humanoid head and torso. All of you kind of like, all of your faces look like you should be screaming, but no sounds really come out. And you are stuck there for years. You don't know how much time has really gone by. Can I get not concentration, fucking, why can't I ever remember any of these things? Can I get con saves from everyone?
That'd be good if this is VT.
12.
14. All right, so you guys, after spending what you can only imagine as like a fucking lifetime in this hell pit of screaming torture, eventually everything goes black. And first one out of it is Tipley, and you realize that you are just in your hole. No sticks above you, nothing. You're just looking at the night sky.
Ow!
Magnus, you are awakened from your kind of like black darkness from Tipley screaming ow.
I'm gonna say something for when they're both awake.
Just groaning, just
Chicane, you are now up as well.
I like dig my fingers like into the side of the dirt, like try and like stand up.
With your guys' con saves, you are shaken. You have been through literal hell and torture, but it's what you signed up for. And but yeah, you guys are not doing the greatest mentally, but you are up and free and able-bodied. You don't even have like any of the hallucinations of swaying or dirt or anything like that. You seem totally sober, just shaken from your encounter.
Tipley kind of like crawls out of his hole, lumbers a few feet, and like full white girl wasted, standing slightly bow-legged, just Technicolor yawns on the floor, ground, whatever he is. And this, considering all the times that you've seen him just pound them back, this is the first time you've ever seen him look like he was like sick from drinking. He's just tabs. He always sounds like his voice is weird anyways, but it sounds like he's even slurring still, like looking for tabs.
Before anyone comes in, the rest of you, what are you doing?
Crawl out, and I just like kind of kneel, like hands on the ground, bent over, just taking in like as much like cool air as I can.
Magnus is just kind of sitting there, just kind of holding on to the dirt, looks deflated, just exhausted.
At that, when you yell for tabs, you don't see tabs coming up, but you do see most of the, maybe like 10 or so of the elves that were there come and like take your guys' hands and lead you over to the river. Once you guys get there, they kind of take you. And Chicane, you are the probably easiest to kind of corral because you're not slippery or a giant hulking mass. But when you guys turn and look at the dome, it's there. You also see Sintrap. He's totally fine. He's sitting there. In fact, he's actually sleeping. And when you turn and look at him, you can still see the magical energy coming off of him to the dome. You see other people kind of laying all about in the grass field in that area around him. And when you get up to the river, you see one of them kind of like take some water and just like sprinkle it over your head. It feels very refreshing. It feels good.
Are you
But
getting
then
a baptism?
and then they hand you the white robes that they wear. And then they do that to all of you guys. They kind of they don't dunk you, but they do take some of the river water, let it run down your head and face, and then hand you the white robes.
Magnus will very awkwardly like drape it over him and the armor.
Yep. Yeah, your armor kind of pokes holes through it and stuff like that, and they don't really understand why you're not taking off your armor and putting it on. But yeah, they watch you do that, and then typically they do that to you too. But it's
Is it like just 8 sizes too big kind of thing?
No. It's a totally fine size for you, which is kind of surprising to you. You're kind of like, I don't understand how they just had this on hand for me and for Magnus, but all right. And then you see a couple of them bring you guys like platters of fruit by the water, and then they just leave you be by yourself by the river, listening to it, calming as it runs by you guys, and they leave you all to be by yourselves.
Tip was going to be fairly quiet, which I guess for him is kind of weird. He'll be kind of doing the more sort of cross-legged sit rather than the usual teddy bear sit you see him do, and he's kind of just contemplating and kind of just sort of blindly grabbing whatever's on like a platter and just
you guys all recognize that you are extremely hungry after this, and typically you would recognize this as you when you came out of that hole being very dry. You'd never normally would let yourself be that dry. But yeah.
Has being in the river alleviated that, or am I still feeling it? Okay.
No, you're being in the river probably did you wonders for your
I'm kind of stepping out. I was like this dried raisin. Yeah, he's kind of just thinking through that whole bad trip.
She going to be staring directly at the ground while eating, like, and if she was really, really hungry, she wouldn't like stop herself from eating, even though she kind of like feels a little sick. But she's not like scarfing it down. She's just kind of like eating at a moderate pace. But after like she finally like feels a bit more satiated, she's not going to say anything to the other two. But if they notice, she's going to be staring blankly in whatever direction the dome is.
Can I get a perception check from you?
From me?
Yes, if you're going to be looking at the dome.
13.
Yep. Anyone else do anything?
Eventually, once he kind of just stuffs himself back into that tiny little brain, he just...
What the fuck is tabs?
Magnus just kind of like sits there for a moment. Is like, did we all go to hell?
I'll slowly, kind of like shakingly look up at Magnus and be like, what did you see? Were we fighting together?
That is what I saw.
Didn't expect it to be a shared experience.
And then there was
I get to pull out a VTM meme now.
A meatsy?
Yes, that was rather upsetting.
A little bit. You guys okay? Probably a dumb question, but
with that blank stare, Chicane, that you had over at the orb, you do see that flamed horseman, the same as in the nightmare dream death that you guys just ventured down into.
I stare at him for a little while longer, then go back to staring right at the ground, and I'll ask the other two if they can look toward the dome and see if they see anything.
I'll take a look.
I'll look over.
Yeah, give me some perception checks.
14 and 20.
Yeah, you guys. Magnus, you see it as kind of a general, you kind of piece it together. But Tipley, with the 20, you can perfectly see that it's the exact same thing from the nightmare.
I saw him earlier too.
Yeah, I think we all just saw him.
No, I mean I saw him earlier.
Okay. And
I mean, I would have loved to imagine that was just a horrible intoxication dream, and it was only our fears of what's inside that thing. But seeing that thing that we all just thought be real, I don't know. That's just that makes me wonder about the dream.
well, I mean, you can probably talk to them about it. I mean, we kind of did the same thing at the monastery I was at, just not that kind of shit. They used to do some stuff to, make me, make you see stuff, or, just make the world look a little weird and colorful and stuff, and then you kind of just sleep it off. But a little different.
Yes, I don't think I'd liked any repeats of that.
Perhaps doing this near an open hell portal was a poor idea.
It's an interesting thought.
Demonic
Anybody
energy.
For it.
Go ahead.
Speak.
Did anybody else hear I think Daharis screaming, like when we kind of went unconscious?
Yes, that was I really thought we were crawling out of the holes to go and help them.
Yeah. Kind of hard to tell where one thing ends and begins.
Well, perhaps we should get back to camp and find some answers.
And Chippy kind of stands up, but there's that sort of, when you stand up too fast, and she's like,
Yeah, Chicane takes it a little slower. She just does that like couple inches at a time.
He looks like he's like negotiating with like the very elemental aspect of equilibrium for a second. You're just like, just sort of like slip turns and kind of just starts like, how like somebody when they're really out of it and they're kind of like shoulder walking, where it's kind of just like they sort of like tip forward.
Oh yeah, and just keeping up with their upper body. Yeah. Chicane,
like,
at
like
this
a human unicycle.
When you stand up, you
Walking like he's on some spice.
seems like your clothes are fitting like a little bit looser. Like you guys are starting to get the idea with how dry Tipley was, and with Chicane this hungry you and Magnus and all of you guys are. But it almost feels like you fasted for like fucking you don't know how long. This doesn't feel right. Cause you feel even more weak than you normally do with this whole thing going on. But Yeah, when you guys walk towards camp, most of the people are kind of sleeping, laying there around. But you do see Tabs, Daharis, and Trap all there. Do you want to waken one of them or no?
Oh, they're sleeping. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's nighttime.
When you said most of them, and then he kind of said these three, it was just
sorry. The ones that were like helping you guys to the river and stuff, they seem to kind of be stirring and trying to get down to a comfortable position to sleep. But the others that you haven't seen are fast asleep.
I would probably grab like a water skin or 2 or 3 and just start chugging them.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back to the camp area and seeing them all asleep, I would have to balance internally for a moment. Do I want to shake like Tabs to be like, excuse
while you're
me,
having
I
that
want
debate, he's already shaking Tabs.
Okay, because I was also thinking like, or do I want to just like pass out again for like however long? I don't care.
When you shake up Tabs, you see him kind of, oh, what? Well, and he's a little bit more chipper than what you guys are feeling, but yeah, he just looks at you and goes, well,
that sucked.
All right, come on, let's go back to the river and we'll talk about it. And he'll go and he'll lead you away from the kind of sleeping cuddle puddle that is this weird little area, and he'll lead you guys back to the river and goes.
Magnus has all 3 of the water skins, like still drinking one after another and taking them back to the river.
How are we all feeling?
Grab like the alchemy jug on his way over.
Chicane would have looked immediately at Tiffany and be like, where's your stash?
Oh, his stash.
Hair the dog, just fucking drink these
Like,
fluids.
I guess at this point you're probably just like pulling up like all like the random bottles and flasks.
I got this one and this one. I don't know what this one does.
It's like one of those people who has like the 7-day pill box kind of thing.
I take this one for this one for that, this one if I want to go.
So yeah,
he's just gonna bring the bundle.
The number's scratched off of this one, so I don't know. Let's take that on your own.
This one just says X.
Like it's just one X though. It's just one, so that's not
but
horrible.
it's like a single X made of like infinity X's, like pirate Piper style, so it's like infinity bad for you.
You see him start to gather some sticks and lights a fire, the same kind of bluish fire that you guys saw earlier, and kind of ghostly pale light that comes off of it. And he sits down next to it and goes, all right, come on, how are we feeling?
Besides the trip to hell and eternal damnation?
Correct.
Not happy.
And he looks at the rest of you.
I take a long swig of whatever alcoholic thing Tiffany has, and then hand it to him. And actually, I wait a little bit before I really respond.
I kind of get the impression the point wasn't to make us happy or unhappy, just an experience. If I remember some of the things that you have given me in the past.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, if it was a happy fun time, I have happy fun time. If you want happy fun time, but you guys are past that. Look at all the things you've experienced. You guys need something deeper to really find some kind of, self-awareness.
I mean, the thing you were giving us, you said it was death. I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting, happy fun ball.
Yeah, yeah. You guys aren't upset with me for this, are you?
I look up to him after, again, having like just sort of stared off for a little bit. Do you know what we experienced?
Nope. Oh, well, I just heard what Magnus over here said. He experienced probably something horrible, but the rest of you, no.
We all experienced the same thing together.
Really? And you see him kind of like lean back and look and goes, that's not
Have
common.
you done this whole ritual in this area?
Very much so. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the place that most people take it. But as far as a joint experience, that would signify a true magical fate bond between this group.
All right, last question. Do you know the flaming spear swordsman that I've seen a couple times now? Seems to wander the perimeter.
He turns and looks. He's like, that guy?
If I turn and see him again, I'd be like, yeah, that guy.
What do you?
He's gonna look. He has yet to see this flaming spirit guy.
What do you? What
No,
do you
you
mean?
saw him. It took you a while. Like it was like through like a opaque window.
Right.
Typically, was just used to kind of coming down off of random shit, so it was just easier for him to spot it at first. I think Magnus kind of just acclimated slower.
Yeah. I don't like. Do I know him on a personal level?
No, I just wanted to make sure you've seen him, and this isn't some additional shared hallucination between me and my friends here.
Wow, you're deep. Yes. Yes, we all see him. He's a little bit of a menace, but I mean nothing horrible. But yeah, no, you're fine, Chicane. You're not still under the effects, unless. What if this is all? I mean,
Tippy reaches over and just flicks him right in
He
the
just like
cheek.
grabs his mace. Like,
I was gonna say, no, I would also like pick up the bottle I'm holding, like.
how spooky! But
out of
no,
curiosity, are my mace and shield still gone, or did I wake up with them?
yeah, they would have been still gone. They would have been where you originally left them.
I don't know. Curses might work through the dream world. Who the fuck knows?
I mean, what? Are you gonna keep living your life afraid that this is some kind of magical potion where you might die and then reawaken in a different life or back where you originally started? That's no way of living your life.
No, I'm only asking if you've seen him, because that confirms that he is real and he was in our shared little adventure.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, it could have been him, or just that's what you're. I mean, tell me what happened.
I'm tired of talking. I say that in and out of character.
Tippy kind of just hands her another flask. I think like the elven flask that he was given before. So you need this more than I do, kind of thing.
Magnus will kind of. Oh god.
He was just going to give like the Cliff Notes, South Park style version of what they went through.
He'll
kind of beat for beat.
He'll be nodding along to it, and he goes, "Oh, okay, I understand. No. Don't think that just because he was in your death that he somehow had some kind of grip on that. Like, it was probably more your imagination, or it was just your brain choosing him as a very likely way of you dying. It could have just as much as been a dragon flying over and burning all of you alive and then experiencing death that way."
Has this sort of like group thing happened before?
Yes. Yeah. A while ago. This would have had to have been a few hundred years ago then. One of our guests came, and Tripontia him and Tripontia had a shared experience with it.
Where was that?
That would have been probably in the college tower.
No, I mean like who?
Oh, one of his mage buddies. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll tell you all about it.
Killian.
Oh, I wish I was that cool.
More questions on questions. Turns out he's been the good guy this entire time, being this sort of like linchpin sort of character to protect reality.
I said I was saving you all from something worse.
You fools. Magnus was trying to say something and then I cut him off earlier.
No, Magnus would kind of look at him and go, "You said, of course, I would experience hell. Why?"
Well, no, you just said that you went through I don't exactly remember your exact words, but it definitely seemed hellish. I am assuming you didn't.
Do your people see all death as hell?
No, of course not. My people see something a little bit different when they die. If there, obviously there are hells. We know that. We know that because of the demons, the devils, this portal that is right here. But most of the people that are here don't live a life that would lead them to hell.
And you think we have?
It doesn't matter what I think. You think that you deserve to experience hell.
Debatable.
At any point, has either of them looked at Tipley, because you made a thing about it from a meta point of view, like Tipley's a good dude, and it's just like Tipley deserves to go to hell?
I mean, that was literally why Magnus was like, debatable. Like, that doesn't seem quite right.
Have people ever like influenced that experience, like from the outside?
Maybe. I would imagine on some sort of dream realm, if someone has power there, you might be able to influence dreams or hallucinations like that.
Is it because we're not elves, it doesn't work the same way, or
What do you mean?
well, I don't know, maybe because we're not elves, it doesn't, give us the same experience?
Oh, no one has the same experience. It's completely different for everyone. Just depends on what you think might happen to you.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be the first to say it, not fucking that.
Yeah, I understand that it might not be what you wanted, but it is what the medicine thought you needed.
More suffering and hell and fighting the demons that we're literally here to fight in our sleep. Yes, that was quite helpful. I'll be sure to stock up on infernal potions.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, maybe you might gain some. Oh, I mean, you could have gained some insight on their tactics or the way that they fight. I might help you out in the long run.
I hope so.
Do any of you guys ever go in there? Or is it just
Sindarin?
I mean, I don't know.
No, not in a very, very long time. In the beginning, we did drop the spell to send in some people to see if we could ourselves, and they did not make it.
So it isn't, in fact, one way you can't get in without canceling it?
Correct.
Do you have to take the whole thing down?
Correct.
So, how, if you take it down, they can all just escape before we run in?
Yeah, yes. That is, so we kind of need to make sure when we do send someone in that we are 100% ready.
How ready do you think you could be? Because I've saw at least one of your camps, but doesn't look like necessarily everyone's a trained warrior. If you have several of these running out the second you drop it so we can head in, won't that decimate your numbers again?
Decimate, I'm not quite sure if I'd say that. You came through the south, correct? Did you walk or did you fly?
We rode our horses that you saw with us.
On that line that you ran through, how many guards do you think you saw? And just so you guys know, you probably saw maybe like 5 or so guards.
So I'd say that like a couple as we came along.
A couple. there were that you passed probably around 100 or so very highly trained guards that have been training for longer than you've been alive, maybe even longer than your parents have been alive. We might be able to handle that, but we don't want to take the chance too quickly just to jump into dropping the shield and then having all of our people die and the portal staying up.
I kind of laugh at like him saying that, like how many people we did not see, and like not like, all right, well then, yes, no, of course, the best plan of action is to be as assured of success as possible.
But we have a few hundred people that we could have here, but then you would have a hard time convincing all the Sins to bring all the border guards in just to for this, because then we would be unprotected on our outskirts, I would imagine.
Well, perhaps we should talk in the morning with the rest of the group. Do you have anything that gives you dreamless sleep?
Yeah, probably. Do all of you need it?
My dreams have been plagued by something other than that.
Oh. You've just been having a bad bout of nightmares?
That or a god throwing a pissy fit in my mind.
You would like a potion that can counteract the magic of a god to give you sleep or dreamless sleep.
That or give me all the alcohol you have, and I will make it work.
He's kind of like slowly like pulling his
Like,
pile
no, I
together.
only have so much.
I only have 30 gallons left.
Let me check my stockpile and see. If you also give me some more time, I might be able to make you some more. I'm not sure how much longer you guys are staying here.
At
Do you
least
know?
for the night.
Okay.
We're we have to talk to Tin, whatever it was. Sin Trip in the morning.
Got you. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, you guys have been here for what, 5 days now, so another one night probably won't kill you. Am I right?
Right. Say that number again.
About 5 days or so. You guys have been out for some time. You didn't think all that happened in a matter of hours?
I just sigh.
Yeah, Magnus literally just like puts his head, like his snout, into like a giant paw, and he's just like, ugh.
It's only 5 days. That's nothing. Look, I heard of
live as long as you.
That's true. Okay. Well, you see, he stands up and kind of brushes himself off. Magnus, please wait here. I'll go check. And the rest of you, anything else I can get you?
I'll be fine with this, I say, and take another drink.
More of that.
All right. And is that just basic alcohol, typically?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whichever things that he has collected on his little like.
Let's take that as I walk by.
Okay. So yeah, he goes and walks away and gives you guys some time to talk if you guys deem to want to talk or no.
I think Magnus is definitely just kind of burned out.
Yeah, Chicane wants to drink a fair bit and then pass out.
Okay. Yeah, he comes back and he you see him have like a one armful, and he chucks Chicane and Tipley a couple of bottles, and then he hands you like a very small vial to Magnus, and he's just like, this is all I got. It's good enough for one night if you deem tonight to be it, or I mean, you just got done almost sleeping for like 4 days. You might be able to stay up and then get a full night's rest tomorrow, or
Magnus just downs it. He's like, nope, I'm done.
I love this idea that it's just like, no, just a drop.
The whole thing.
This whole thing. Yeah, as you don't even get like it out of your hand or set down before you just full on just collapse backwards and just start snoring. Yeah.
Right on the
Chippy
riverside.
immediately
Perfect.
looks at him. And he goes,
I want like a jar of that at some
Ooh.
point.
I don't even think you want to know how expensive what I just gave him was.
I mean, I don't want it for me. It would just be funny to use on someone else that maybe kind of just needs to go away a little bit.
I mean, I can get you something to knock
This
someone
motherfucker's like, I
out.
want to hail ball people. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, what we just gave him is pretty much putting someone into a coma for a while. I mean, you guys are upset about 5 days. Who knows how long he's going to be out for? He just drank a whole vial.
Chicane and Tipley now just have to drag him by the feet towards the orcs. Like, come on. You're the only one that knows how to speak to them.
or just wait for Cade at that point to kind of just sort of like feed the flying carpet underneath him on the ground.
You lift one side, put it over, lift the other side,
Yep.
just roll them onto it.
Yeah, you'll see him. He'll sit down. He's like, well, you guys already woke me up. I might as well. And he'll grab one of the flasks that he gave you and pop it open. And he'll lift it out for a cheers. And he goes, to death?
Fuck death.
You're asleep.
No, he's still just bro.
Yeah. He'll laugh and then he'll take a sip. And that's where we'll end it for tonight. I hope you guys had fun dying. Super fun. I had a blast.
Absolutely.
Good. Hopefully everything with our boy Cade matches up. And then also, you know, we added in some days to account for his travel time to get here. Maybe I could figure out a day with him. We might do like a one-on-one session. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming and watching. Thank you guys for coming and playing with me next Saturday. I don't think I have any plans. And then also make sure to go to Storyteller Spira for Tuesday game. Are we good?
Yes,
Are we
we're good so far.
Awesome. Perfect. All right. Everyone have a beautiful weekend. Thank you.